Only on Today95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Queen Chima. The River State Police Command has arrested two suspects, car theft, identified as Abubakar Abdul Salam and Shagari Shehu, in a sustained onslaught against car theft in the state. In a statement by the Command Public Relations Officer, Gracie Rengekoko, said a team of operatives from the Command's C4I Intelligence Unit, acting on credible and reliable information, arrested the suspects who were found in possession of the stolen vehicles. The statement revealed that the recovered vehicles include a white Toyota Hilux with a fake registration number and an ash-colored Toyota Corolla with a fake registration number, and that both vehicles are in police custody for discreet investigation. Rengekoko said the suspects are currently undergoing in-depth investigation to unravel the circumstances surrounding the theft and the suspects' involvement, seeing that the operatives are working to establish the suspects' potential links to any other vehicle-related crimes in the state and arrest of other syndicate members. The statement quoted the Commissioner of Police, River State, CPO Lubenga Adepoju, commending the efforts of the operatives and appreciates the public's continued support in the fight against crime. The operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, have dismantled a social media drug network responsible for the distribution of illicit substances packaged as imported Christmas cookies and snacks in the Lekki area of Lagos State. Closing this in a statement on Sunday, NDLEA spokesman Femi Babafemi said two individuals suspected to be the masterminds behind the operation were arrested in Lagos. In a separate operation in Lagos, operatives arrested drug kingpin Philip Ucheka in Ladipo, Mushin, while he was taking delivery of 110 pouches of Canadian loud weighing 55.6 kg. 3 delivery vehicles used for distribution were also impounded. At a courier company also in the state, officers intercepted 100 grams of loud concealed inside a teddy bear imported from Thailand, while 548 capsules of tramadol hidden in vitamin C and magnesium bottles bound for the United Kingdom were seized from a logistics firm. Armed bandits have attacked a church service in Ejiba, a community in Yagba West local government area of Kogi State, abducting several worshippers. The attack reportedly occurred at a newly established Cherubim and Seraphim church, according to a community-based news outlet. Church members dispersed in fear as the assailants advanced, but the church leader, popularly known as Orlando, his wife and several others were taken away during the assault. The incident triggered widespread panic as worshippers fled the church, adding to growing security concerns across parts of Kogi State. Only a day earlier, reports said another group of armed men attacked the Isanlu Makutu Idofin route in Yagba East local government area, forcing residents and travelers to flee to safety. Authorities and community members said the exact number of people abducted on Sunday remains unclear, with further details still emerging. The regional chairman of the Church of Christ in Nations in Birkin Ladi local government area, Plateau State, Reverend Ezekiel Dachomo, has narrated a frightful experience he encountered in the hands of some Muslim people he sheltered and fed. In a video with equipping the persecuted shared on X, Dachomo narrated how he took compassion in some stranded Muslims and provided accommodation and food for them, but they turned around to pay him back in the most horrendous manner by killing his grandmother, removed her heart. He alleged that the family also committed all sorts of atrocious acts despite his kindness to them. Well, moving on, where the African Democratic Congress has criticized President Bola Tinubu's new ambassadorial nominations, describing the list as a political reward scheme rather than a serious effort to repair Nigeria's damaged foreign relations. In a statement signed by its National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, the party said the nomination of Professor Mahmood Yakubu, the immediate past chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, raises fundamental ethical concerns and further undermines an electoral body still struggling with public trust. The ADC argued that the nomination was ill-timed and damaging. The party described Yakubu's inclusion as embarrassingly insensitive, insisting that his acceptance would erase the line between those who run elections and those who benefit from them. The ADC questioned which category Yakubu falls into among the nominees. And on the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump has escalated his threat against Venezuela with an ominous warning that the country's airspace should be considered closed, raising fears of imminent military action. Caracas, which views a large U.S. military buildup in the Caribbean as a pressure campaign to oust President Nicolas Maduro, slammed Trump's warning as a colonialist threat. He did not elaborate, but after months of deadly U.S. strikes and alleged drug running boats, speculation is mounting that Washington may launch some sort of military operation on Venezuelan soil. Trump's warning comes days after U.S. aviation regulators told airlines to use increased caution near Venezuela over the mounting tensions, prompting multiple major carriers to suspend flights. Maduro's government then issued a ban on the airlines for joining the actions of state terrorism promoted by the United States government. And that was the news update on Today 95.1fm. Thank you so much for listening. I am Queen Chima. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Time for us to take you through the stories from the newspapers. It's the newspaper review segment on today's Quest, Today 95.1 FM.
They say wahala this one wahala be like bicycle. Waiting they happen. Now for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, now here you go here. Waiting they happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you Ogbonga to them, where go shock you. You go wonder say a person do like this. Now so we they bring am come give you acid the hot. Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't run. It goes their blood in the chopper. You say this one. No worry. When time I reach, I'll say I want to make I see where they go. Homeland is homeland. Me, I go open gates for them. Now me go be get man at that time for airport. Waiting they happen. Make you know Miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for waiting they happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman they chop our recharge card woto. I don't tell you say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy waiting they happen. Waiting they happen. Make you no miss them at all.
Bunkering is a legal act of smuggling crude oil from pipelines and storage facilities, which poses significant dangers to Nigerian society. This activity has different consequences that affect various aspects of the nation's well-being, and it has consequences such as untimely death, environmental devastation. It fuels insecurity. It also damages our infrastructure, and it also damages our international prestige. You might say, how do we make a living if we stop this illegal activity? Well, as a young individual, you can channel your energy into positive endeavors that can help you generate income and create an adequate future for yourself. These are some ideas to help you generate income. You can go into starting a business. You can also acquire digital skills or gain agricultural knowledge or engage in farming. You can also acquire art and creativity. You talk about technology and innovation. Then, skills and vocational training. Please note, that success often requires dedication, consistency, and continuous learning. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
People fixing the world.
This is People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service. I'm Myra Anubi, and every week we step into a world of solutions, exploring different ways to make our planet a better place. Now, for the first time ever on the program, we're taking you to a part of the world we've never been, Alaska. We'll discover how a vast lake and humble mushrooms are powering a shift towards a greener future. Alaska is a state that sits at the far northwest of North America. Now, it's a remote location with fascinating landscapes and harsh weather. Living in Alaska can be expensive for many people because of high transportation costs. Food, clothes, building materials, almost everything has to be flown or shipped over long distances. But things are happening in Alaska to try and make people more self-sufficient. And I've got our reporter, Anna Holligan, to tell us more. Anna, I have never been to Alaska, so the first thing I just want to know is tell me more about the place.
Okay, so close your eyes and picture this. Vast, spectacular, snow-capped mountain ranges all along the horizon. It feels so remote and vast, like an untamed wilderness clinging to the edge of the North Pacific.
And I suppose when I think about Alaska, the one thing I think about is the weather, because it does get really cold there.
Yes, the weather is so intense. It's really unpredictable. It's relentless. You feel really exposed, actually. And in winter, the temperatures regularly dip below freezing. We actually went even further. We left the mainland. We went to Kodiak Island, which is this rugged, wild place populated by brown bears, deer, and the rivers are just bursting with salmon.
Now, Anna, you found a solution that's trying to get people to be self-sufficient, and one that I think is really ambitious.
Exactly, because the one thing they have got in abundance, natural resources. And we are going to take you on a journey into the heart of this Alaskan island to explore how it's discovered a new way to be self-sufficient by harnessing the elements, saving money, and helping the environment. So inside the corrugated ironclad homes dotted along the hillside, nearly every light bulb, toaster, and TV is running on wind or water, which all comes together through the island's innovative microgrid or isolated grid. And it's so effective, 99.9% of electricity on Kodiak comes from renewables. I'd like to introduce you to Catherine Patitucci.
We're talking about our great electricity and windmills and hydro here.
Driving into her neighborhood, two bold-headed eagles perched on a chimney are watching over the street. Slightly unnerving. But Catherine herself is warm, welcoming, and she takes so much pride in her home. Or should we say homes.
And the separate detached apartment, it's a good-sized apartment.
Catherine has a little old-fashioned fisherman's kind of bungalow. It's full of old books, blankets, and boots. And then next door, this grand, almost palatial villa. But they're completely contrasting in terms of their energy consumption. And, of course, you'd expect the bigger place to use more energy. But listen to this.
Okay, so this is our oil furnace that heats our two-bedroom apartment, and it cost about $400 a month. It's a small apartment. And then next to it, our three-story villa that cost $200 a month with our electric infrared sauna, our big, giant whirlpool bathtub, showers, everything. Keep it warm. And it is warmer, too, and fresher air. It's very clean, nice air.
And that's all because they've tapped into the grid and don't have to rely on oil anymore.
So we've rebuilt it, and with that we've ripped out the old oil gas furnace and that whole system and all the baseboard heating, ripped everything out. It was so disgusting. In many ways, I don't know if I should go into it, there were dead rodents. So we did a whole complete green system, and we have a heat pump for everything's electric. So that's near island. You can see the bridge.
A heat pump is a device that transfers heat from one place to another using a small amount of energy. They need power, and that comes from Kodiak's microgrid.
So how does the heat pump work? I'm going to see if I can get my brother on the phone and he can tell you exactly. So can you answer a question? I'm with BBC, and we are just wondering about the heat pump. How does it work?
In the colder weather, it does grab some kind of warmth out of the air.
It saved at least $200 a month. My husband said too, it's like $400 for that apartment with the oil. Wow.
So it's not double efficient. For that small...
It's double for the small space.
So your bills, living in one of the coldest places on Earth in the winter, are not more than $200 a month.
Right.
I think I need to move to Kodiak.
This sophisticated system is powered via the microgrid. A microgrid is a local energy system that can power places like university campuses, hospitals, or neighborhoods. They can transmit power generated by any method, renewable or fossil fuel, and can run alongside either the main grid or independently in island mode.
There's a couple processors along the waterfront here. You know, it's not an even load spread out over 12 months.
It's run by Kodiak Electric, a non-profit cooperative.
We've heard over the years that we've kind of become the poster child for renewable energy.
Chief Exec Dan Mentz is proud of their achievements.
When you're in an isolated grid in a really remote location like we are, and to be able to maintain 99+% renewable energy, there's a lot of folks wanting to find out what we did. How did we get there? And how did it become successful?
Kodiak Electric isn't some kind of distant energy giant. It's actually owned by the very same people who rely on its power. That's users of the more than 6,000 electricity meters that are tapped into the microgrid. These are a mixture of homes and businesses. Back in the early 1980s, the community began weaning itself off diesel, switching first to hydropower. Then came the wind turbines. You know, that hydro, you're going to love this. It comes from the ominously named Terror Lake.
Terror Lake is a hydroelectric facility. The lake sits at about 1,420 feet. As long as there's water in that lake, you know, we have dispatchable power.
But here's the twist. Kodiak didn't embrace renewable energy to chase green incentives or meet net zero targets. They did it because it made commercial sense, just like people across the United States have done for decades.
I mean, you can have a microgrid on a military base or even a small community, but to make it a renewable microgrid, I'm not aware of anyone that's made that 99.9% plus achievement.
This grid has pretty incredible reach. It's also having an impact on one of Alaska's most famous exports, salmon. In fact, the island's entire fishing industry. All that fish processing drives massive energy demand in Kodiak, from the fleets pulling into the port to the sprawling plants and vast warehouses. The strain on the grid is immense. We went down to the port to meet Rebecca Skinner.
I grew up here. I was used to hydroelectric. Then they put the turbines in and I was used to that. I guess it took a long time for me to realize how unique that is in the U.S. I mean, having 99% renewable energy is not normal when you go other places, but that's how it is here.
Rebecca's wearing very funky glasses, and her specialist subject is fish. She is the executive director of the Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association.
I do think it's a really amazing story, especially if you link our electrical sustainability or energy sustainability back to the fact that Kodiak is a major fishing port. A lot of fish are landed here and processed here, and it's all done with renewable energy.
Could it be used as an example and exported to other big fishing ports to help them be more sustainable?
I don't think we had the lowest costs, but they were definitely not the highest costs, and ours are fairly consistent. So
partly because there's no fluctuation based on the price of oil.
The generators aren't fueled with diesel fuel, so I think consistency and, fairly moderate cost for it being in Alaska and on Kodiak Island, because you have to add another premium because we're on an island.
Everything is more expensive here. Yeah. What, apart from the energy?
Yeah.
Today's pioneering energy technology is in some respects continuing a legacy of Alaska's indigenous people who thrived on self-sufficiency and deep respect for the rhythms of nature. Derek Chaya is one of the few young people in Kodiak, and indeed the world, who speaks Alutiiq. He's learning the language of his ancestors, determined to keep it alive for generations to come.
I'm not sure Alutiiq has ever been heard on the BBC before.
Tamai hui Derek Shaya izuimuk up dahat nga hui Alutiiq museum ipukdach dwa kik darmisun nami alaskami, director of language and living culture hunga mani Alutiiq museum mi. And I said, hello, my name's Derek Shaya. My student name is Izuik. I work at the Alutiiq Museum in Kodiak, Alaska. I'm the director of language and living culture, and you're listening to People Fixing the World on BBC.
We meet Derek from the Alutiiq Heritage Foundation inside the Alutiiq Museum, which serves to preserve and present his people's history. It's an absolute treasure trove of traditional wooden masks, hunting and fishing tools.
There's some sea otter fur. If you've never felt it before, it's very soft, very dense, and very warm. And so there was a very strong connection in our ancestors' time between people and the environment, and that comes out in a number of different ways. The wind and the ocean were both personified in our ancestral culture, and so having that respect for the environment was maybe more natural for our ancestors than for some people today.
At the remote edge of Alaska, Kodiak Island's renewables-powered microgrid is proving what's possible. Advocates say if it works here, it could work anywhere. Still, the transition isn't complete. Many households remain tethered to oil heat. Yet the grid often produces more power than the island consumes. Even with a couple of wind turbines offline, the remaining ones, along with hydro and batteries, keep Kodiak self-sufficient and steady, resilient and quiet. A glimpse of a sustainable future beyond those wild shores.
You're listening to People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service, the home of positive news. Now, today we're discovering solutions in Alaska that are helping people be more self-sufficient. We've just heard how Kodiak Island is running almost entirely on renewable energy. But while our reporter Anna Holligan was in Alaska, she found out about another clever way they're using nature.
That's the sound of ice being poured over freshly caught cod, halibut and salmon in huge plastic containers on the dock of the harbour. Which brings us to our next solution. Historically, insulation and packaging in the fishing industry have depended on polystyrene, a plastic that's tough on the environment, yet deeply embedded in daily operations. The quest now is to find ways to change that. drawing once again on Alaska's ethos of resourcefulness, making use of natural, local materials. Innovators are turning to mushrooms, developing eco-friendly insulation that nurtures both the land and the community's spirit of self-sufficiency.
Well, I got involved in this project because I have a deep hatred for styrofoam.
That's a type of polystyrene.
I see styrofoam a lot popping up in different ways in the marine environment, and it's also in our food. And I just thought, we know it's bad, and we have the opportunity to use our smart human brains to create something that's better for the environment, for ourselves, for all of the organisms that we share the space with.
Alexandra Ravello, a marine biologist, was horrified, then inspired to take action when she kept on coming across plastic waste on the shore.
I used to live in Homer, which is a coastal community. You see styrofoam on the beach when you're walking your dog. Alaska tends to have this feeling of a pristine, less populated area, but you still see this marine debris in the environment.
We're taking you on a little mushroom picking expedition in the woods just outside a university lab that's turning dead trees and fungus into insulation that could one day blow plastic foam, also known as polystyrene, right off the shelves.
Mushrooms have been used for hundreds and thousands of years in the Arctic.
That's Professor Filip Amtislavsky from the University of Alaska.
Here is one. It has a very fancy Latin name, Fomes fomentarius. It is very common across the Arctic world and subarctic. It is a polypore, and if you knock on it, the sound is very similar to what we got from styrofoam, right? It's a biopolymer.
Let's just do the sciencey bit. A biopolymer is a big natural molecule made by living things using simple parts like sugars or amino acids. These materials usually break down easily in nature and are made from things that can be regrown, so they're better for the environment than regular plastic. So how on earth do you turn mushrooms, or mycelium, the root-like structure of a fungus, into insulation? Alexandra Ravello is on a mission to stop plastics choking our oceans, and she spells it out for us step by step, from fungus to foam.
What we do in the lab is mix like wood fiber, like pulp, the same material you use for paper, and cardboard, and you use a foaming apparatus. So then that foam can get inoculated with mushroom, and then you'll put it in an incubator in a pan so it has like a board shape, and then you'll let it grow in that incubator for about 5 days, and then once that is bound, we'll take it out and let it dry, and you'll have a solid board that can be used as insulation material.
What does the fungi do? What does the mushroom actually do in that process that makes it so vital to the end product?
It's growing and gluing all of this together.
Growing and
so
gluing.
That's the,
okay.
Yeah, we're not using any chemicals or any bounding material. It's the mushroom itself that's creating this and turning it into a board instead of just a mush.
That's so cool.
So you can see the
fibers.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
That's brown is the lignocellulose, the wood pulp, and the white is the mycelium stitching all of this foamy biomass together.
So it's designed to replace the polystyrene containers that keep the fish chilled while they're transported around the world. And bonus, if this mushroom insulation ends up in our oceans, sea creatures won't choke on it. In fact, apparently, they can actually eat it.
Is this one of the boxes we have here on the table?
Yeah, Davin, do you want to?
Davin is one of their colleagues.
This is one of the boxes we have. It's made out of the material that we use. It's all like organic stuff, so if this ever falls into the ocean or to the environment, it will decompose eventually.
This is amazing. So it feels almost like a very soft emery board. It's a really unusual material. It feels really solid. It's very light.
Oh.
Okay, so let's exit the lab and see how this actually works in the real world.
Sport caught fish like salmon, halibut, cod, rockfish.
All caught in these waters around Kodiak.
Yeah, depending on where the weather's coming from.
Down at Kodiak Harbour, with the overpowering odour of fresh fish, Chris Sanito from Wild Source is putting this revolutionary mycelium cooler to the ultimate test, Alaska's unforgiving fishing industry.
The shipping is very expensive on a box. Just a pound difference makes, is real dollars.
So the benefit of styrofoam is that it's lightweight and durable, but the disadvantage is that it's
not biodegradable.
Exactly.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, it stays around a long time.
Yeah.
There's a real need for an alternative. In the prototypes that I've looked at, the weight is still a factor.
Mycelium is already outperforming some conventional foams in fire resistance, sustainability, and durability.
Alex, there's not really an end to the potential here then.
I feel like my personal dream is, yes, for styrofoam and plastic products to leave our everyday use, but also to inspire all the brilliant minds that are out there, that there are solutions in nature, there are alternatives. We don't have to just stay with what we know is bad for us. We can reinvent our modern existence with solutions that exist in nature.
Anna, I have to say, I will never see mushrooms the same way. There's honestly no limit to what they can do.
Exactly, and it doesn't end here in Alaska. Across all continents, mushrooms, or mycelium, are fueling remarkable innovation, from halting desertification on the slopes of Rwanda to acting as bioindicators for climate change in Antarctica. These high-functioning fungi are breaking down pollutants, producing high-protein meat alternatives, and even cleaning contaminated soil.
Sounds like things are mushrooming everywhere. I mean, Anna, we've explored similar solutions before in People Fixing the World, but specifically for what we've heard today, it's lovely knowing that nature is making a difference in Alaska.
You're so right. And I don't know about you, I felt a genuine sense of discovery by the end of our exploration of these wild Alaskan solutions. I'd never been to this part of the world either, and you kind of go with the preconception that everything will be somehow limited by that wild, relentless isolation and, of course, the temperature. So it was a huge awakening to discover the level of self-sufficiency. And in fact, they were finding such huge value in that vulnerability. I'm sure there's a lot we can all learn from that.
Absolutely. And it's also a reminder that solutions exist everywhere. Thank you so much, Anna.
Thanks, Myra. Lovely to talk to you.
That's all we have time for today, but before we finish, I would like to know if hearing about all these positive stories has made any difference in your life. Send me a voice note or a message to the WhatsApp number +44 8000 321 721. Next week, I'm planning to blow you away with more solutions because we'll be talking about wind. Until then, thank you for listening.
To make sense of what's happening in your world, listen to What in the World by downloading the BBC World Service app.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Hello, it's Hannah Gelbart here, and this is What in the World from the BBC World Service. 10 years ago, nearly 200 countries signed up to a historic deal, the Paris Accord.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
It was the world's big plan to tackle climate change by keeping global warming to below 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. But fast forward 10 years and things haven't exactly gone to plan. And the last decade has been the hottest on record. So what happens now? Is there a plan B? That is what world leaders are asking at COP30, a huge climate summit being held in the middle of the Amazon rainforest in the Brazilian city of Belém. Joining us for this episode is Georgina Ranad, our regular BBC climate expert, and we've got Natalia Suyama, a climate activist from Brazil. Hi, both of you. Thanks for joining.
Hello.
Hi,
thank you.
Georgina, let's start with you. For people who don't know, what exactly is COP?
So COP is the main political meeting globally where nearly all the world's countries meet to try and agree on what to do to tackle climate change now and prevent more climate change in the future. The COP's run by the United Nations. It's hosted by a different country every year, and they all meet in this location and they talk for 2 weeks to try and thrash out new agreements.
And this year it's in Belém, which is in part of the Amazon in Brazil. And the Amazon rainforest is one of the main focuses. What is going to be discussed on the subject of the Amazon, and what are the other focus points?
I remember when this COP was announced that it would be in Brazil, and it was when the current president of Brazil, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, had just been elected, and there was so much enthusiasm about it. He was considered more pro-climate than lots of other leaders. There was a big sense of hope. Oh, it's going to be in the Amazon. You know, the Amazon is so important to the climate. It stores carbon. It's an amazing place for biodiversity, and the thinking was this would be a real push forward in terms of tackling climate change. I think some of that hope has now been dashed, partly because of Lula's own record on climate, but also there's been such a big change in global politics. So I think that is sort of distracting from a lot of what was thought this COP could be about.
Natalia, how is that level of enthusiasm doing in Brazil? Are people excited about this COP, or are people a little bit sceptical?
Most people feel very excited for COP30 being here in our country, in Brazil. Some people are more skeptical about it, about the commitments, about what can be achieved. And for me, especially, I feel very emotional and powerful feeling because it's the first time the world is looking for our territory, for Brazil, in some of our biomes like Cerrado and Amazon. And it's the opportunity to the world see us not as victims, but as leaders of change, because Brazil has a huge potential.
I want to get into the details now of the Paris Agreement, because it's been 10 years since that agreement was made. Georgina, what are the main changes we've seen in the last decade?
I think if the average person were to sort of look around them and try and compare their life to 10 years ago, where they get their energy from, the types of cars on our roads, this is very broadly speaking, obviously some countries are different, the types of houses that might be built, there has been a big change. There's been a huge growth globally in renewables. China, India, Europe, even the US, parts of Africa are all investing in developing solar, wind, hydropower. And the International Energy Agency, which is the sort of most important monitor of energy, they say that investment in electricity this year will reach $1.5 trillion, and that's 50% higher than the amount spent on fossil fuels. And a lot of that you can trace back, I think, to the Paris Agreement, because that sort of set a tone politically for where leaders wanted the world to go. Since then, we've also had fossil fuels were mentioned for the first time in a COP document. It wasn't the strongest language, but it was still a milestone. And there's also been some really big finance agreements and a deal on something called loss and damage, which was a huge moment for the Global South. And it basically meant that richer countries recognised that they had some responsibility towards poorer countries to help them deal with the costs of adapting to climate change. So I think if you put all that together, we're clearly in a different place to where we were, but the world still has not reversed or even halted climate change. Basically, we've given up on the idea of keeping warming to 1.5 temperature, which was this kind of huge cornerstone of the Paris Agreement. The idea was that everyone should come together and keep global warming temperature rise to 1.5. And 10 years on, even the UN is basically saying that dream is dead. And I think that's quite a sobering conclusion to that decade.
We can say the world has made some progress, but not at the speed or the scale that we need. The emissions keep rising. The communities, especially in the Global South and the traditional communities, are paying the highest price for this. So I believe the real change now is implementation. COP30 must be this moment we stop negotiating the obvious and start delivering the results on the ground as we have promised. So I believe Paris was about promise, but Belém must be about delivery.
Natalia, why is it important to you that young people turn up, show up for COP30?
It's very central for me, the youth participation, and I believe for most of organizations that I'm a part here in Brazil as well, because we understand that the youth is going to be the main people that are going to suffer from the consequences of climate change, and we are not the ones that are making the decisions. So we need to have the seat on the table, not just as a token of youth, but as a youth meaningful participation, because we need to have a say about our future.
Georgina, what are some of the key tensions in this year's talks and any realistic outcomes from them?
I think what Natalia's been saying is so interesting, and she and or you, Natalia, sorry, and the people you work with in those organisations have such clear and ambitious goals for what should be achieved. You've got that at one end, and then at the other end you have the global politics of climate change, which in the past, even just 6 months, have changed really dramatically. And I think that is going to cause a lot of tension in this year's talk. So we've got President Donald Trump in the US, in the White House, and he called climate change a con in September. He's taking the country out of the Paris Agreement. That'll happen next year. And no US officials are expected to attend this COP meeting. So that does kind of take the sting out of a meeting if the world's most powerful country isn't there.
Yeah.
And so I think we're probably not going to head towards a big overall agreement that all the countries will sign, as it were, at the end of the 2 weeks. But I think we can probably expect some agreement on a pot of money to protect trees. That's kind of Brazil's flagship piece. And then again, what Natalia was talking about, implementing the Paris Agreement. So there's a lot of focus on what they're calling the action agenda. So actually carrying out lots of the things that were promised in the Paris Agreement. And there might also be progress on what's called the Global Goal on Adaptation. All of that is about how we adapt to ongoing climate change, and lots of developing countries and developed countries need more money and more investment in the idea of how do we change our housing, transport, food to make sure it's adapted to a changing world. So that there could be some progress on that area, which has always been a bit of a poor cousin in these COP talks, which usually talk more about emissions or energy and fossil fuels.
Natalia, have you got any frustrations about COP, about how it's being run or what's being discussed?
I believe that hosting COP30 in Brazil shows our contradictions. We talk about ending fossil fuels while we are giving license for oil projects that are being approved to get oil from the margins of Amazon forest. We speak about inclusion, but many people from the Global South can't even afford to attend these conferences, and most of the times we can't do enough for making these spaces inclusive, and that makes me very frustrated.
Thank you both for joining me on the podcast and wishing you a fantastic COP.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, that is it from us today. Thank you so much for listening. I'm Hannah Gelbart, and this is What in the World from the BBC World Service.
And there's much more on the BBC World Service app. Your home for live radio and where you can listen to your favourite BBC programmes and podcasts.
This na the breakdown from BBC Pidgin.
I dey depressed. I dey heartbroken. This na how Nigeria President Bola Tinubu described the attacks wey happen within 1 week for the country.
All those attacks fit turn belle.
Nigeria dey face insecurity wahala, the type wey never happen in a long time.
First, bandits ambush and kpai soldiers for Borno, including Brigadier General Musa Uba.
Then tori of the kidnap of schoolgirls for Kebbi State come out. The armed men killed 2 people and kidnapped 20 girls from their hostel.
Another word na the attack for CAC Church for Kwara State, where bandits killed 3 people and kidnapped 35 worshippers.
Then on Friday, we hear say Jagoda people carry attack go St. Mary's School for Agwara local government area for Niger State.
All these attacks don't spark reactions from Nigerians.
But what in the Nigerian government they do about all this security wahala?
For the many statements in the release, President Bola Tinubu showed concerns about the attack.
President Tinubu sending Vice President Kashim Shettima make he go Kebbi State to go see things for himself.
Earlier, he assured the parents of the kidnapped schoolgirls say government go do everything to secure their release.
Dr. Buhari Obandawaki say the recent attacks for Nigeria within 1 week show clearly say the country security system dey weak and overstretched.
According to him, plenty areas for Nigeria no get authority where they control them. That one they give terrorists chance to settle, plan attack and go hide.
Wetin Nigerians want now for these killings, kidnappings to end instead of plenty talk. Abi wetin you think?
Enter bbcpidgin.com for more story and follow us for all our social media platforms wey include TikTok and our WhatsApp channel.
That's not the breakdown
from BBC Pidgin.
It's Hannah here. Welcome to What in the World, your podcast for the stories that everyone's talking about from the BBC World Service. Have you heard of prepping? Maybe you're a prepper yourself. It's when people stockpile things like food, water and medicine in case there's a disaster, a nuclear war or an unstoppable virus. Some people are really into this, and billionaires in the US are taking it to the next level.
The ultimate underground shelter solution for surviving these uncertain times.
I've read reports of underground mansions being built, of self-sustaining bunkers and shelters that sound like they are fresh out of a zombie apocalypse movie. So what exactly are they building, and what are they so afraid of? Alrighty, we're going to get into this right now with our reporter Natalia Jimenez, who joins us from New York. Hey, Natalia.
Hi, thank you for having me.
If you could afford one for yourself, what would you put in it?
I love this question because I've actually been thinking about it for a while. Fun fact.
Have you? You're a prepper.
Yes. When you watch TV in the U.S., when you turn on a kind of U.S. TV channel, what happens is that there's usually some ads about freeze-dried food. I'm not kidding. They pop up quite regularly, and it's all about kind of the prepper mentality. What are you going to do when the apocalypse happens? So I have this bunker list, Pinterest board, with the things that I would include in it. I think that in your bunker, if you have an unlimited budget, you're going to want a movie theater, a roller skating rink, a game room, anything to keep you entertained. You don't know how long you're going to be down there. And also, any way to emulate natural light, you need to keep up that circadian rhythm.
Totally.
So that's kind of my top list.
I would want a sauna, spa, jacuzzi, full gym, and also I think some way to grow green plants. And we're talking about this because some of the richest people in the world have actually been building these bunkers. What are they like? Are they like the things that we imagine that we'd want for ourselves?
Yeah, so basically they are essentially luxury Airbnb mansions, right? So you're going to have, first of all, for security, these reinforced concrete walls. That means they could be hit by a missile and still they're going to be able to kind of survive that. But kind of beyond the extra security, the air filtration systems, the hydroponic gardens, which means you can grow your own veggies.
That's what I want, a hydroponic garden.
Exactly. It's essentially like a closed loop system. So they could live down there essentially for an unlimited amount of time, but all of that is kind of padded with luxury, which means that you're going to have things like swimming pools, at-home gyms, game rooms, anything to make it feel normal. The whole point here is that they don't want to have to compromise luxury even in the worst of times.
So who is actually doing this? I read about Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta. He's building this huge thing in Hawaii.
Yes, exactly. So he's actually one of the most notorious examples. There's been a few investigations done about Mark Zuckerberg's compound in Hawaii. That's even a debate within itself, whether or not it's considered a quote-unquote bunker, because Mark Zuckerberg hasn't confirmed it. He said, no, it's just a shelter, it's just a basement, but there's a few plans and maps that have been leaked that show that he has, again, air filtration systems, a garden, reinforced walls. So he kind of has an entire world down there. It's actually caused a lot of tension with neighbors who say, this is this huge project. They have no idea what's going on in it, but that's a completely separate debate. The whole point is that there are these tech billionaires that are starting to build these luxury compounds, bunker, whatever you want to call it. And it's been confirmed by people like Reid Hoffman. So he's one of the co-founders of LinkedIn. He said that over half of these tech billionaires in Silicon Valley have been building these bunkers around the world, preparing for the quote-unquote event that might destroy the world as we know it.
Where are some of the other hotspots that people build these kind of shelters? There's a lot of talk of going to New Zealand.
Yeah, that talk actually started during the pandemic. So New Zealand was, it's being called the lifeboat for tech billionaires. They essentially used it as the place to escape from what was happening at the time. So, there was good Wi-Fi, it was away from people, they loved that isolation. And the whole appeal is not only the isolation, but the fact that it is, quote unquote, politically relaxed. So there's no political risks around.
Okay, billion-dollar question here now. Do these tech billionaires know something that we don't? Are they prepping for some real eventual event?
So the reasons include nuclear tensions, AI risk, climate disaster, essentially any world-ending event. But secondly, it's also a mark of societal status. So no matter what happens, no matter what comes our way, if you're a tech billionaire, you're going to be able to live through that comfortably without compromising your lifestyle, without compromising the standard that you have. So because these tech billionaires are essentially building the future, the fact that they're so afraid of it, quote unquote, is telling within itself.
But it's not just tech billionaires who are doing this. There's this whole American subculture of preppers, of doomsday preppers, there's even a reality TV series about it. People who they might have a bag, right, a grab bag ready to go at any opportunity, or they're building these shelters, bunkers, safe rooms. We are going to hear from a prepper now. This is Lauren.
If you keep an extra $20 cash in your wallet, you're prepping. Preppers aren't just prepared for a zombie apocalypse. There's a whole plethora of situations that are far more realistic that you should have a plan for in case it does happen to you. If someone's just starting out, my 3 biggest tips are: 1, start small, don't get overwhelmed, and remember every step that you take is a step closer to being more prepared, and you're more prepared than you were yesterday. 2nd is to focus on skills over stuff. Skills will outlast your stuff every time. And lastly, switch everything in your house that you can to reusable. You won't be fighting people at Costco for toilet paper like everybody did during the pandemic if you have a bidet. Reusable paper towels, reusable sandwich bags, reusable menstrual cups, reusable makeup remover. Anything that you have in your house that's single use that you could run out of, switch to reusable.
People listening to this might actually feel a bit anxious because the thought of an apocalyptic doomsday scenario, another virus, more conflict, nuclear war, whatever it is, climate change, weather events, it might make people feel on edge. Is there anything that they can do to try to manage that anxiety when it comes to thinking about things that are so beyond our control?
Absolutely, and I'm a victim of that too. I mean, even just researching this story, I had to take a break at some point and scroll through TikTok because I was like, oh God, like what's going to happen? I don't have a bunker. I just have my studio apartment in New York.
I don't have a bunker either.
I definitely can't afford it. The cheapest would be tens of thousands of dollars. I saw $7,000 as the cheapest, and that was quite small. You want to make sure that you put things in context. So we talk about the event. There's a lot of fear mongering. There's a lot of kind of apocalyptic porn, so to say. But a lot of times you're going to come across companies that are trying to sell just a product, and sometimes the message is amplified. We need to anchor ourselves back in reality and realize that the event is not near, it's not approaching. We do have mitigating factors that we can take on ourselves. You don't need a luxury bunker in order to have resilience.
And this is all really about us just wanting to survive. I mean, you could look at it as chaos and fear, or you could turn it around and say, this is how much humanity is hardwired to survive, and we have survived so much with or without luxury bunkers. So hopefully it's something that we as a species will continue to do for many years.
Exactly.
Natalia, thanks so much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, that's it for us. I'm Hannah. This is What's in the World from the BBC World Service. We'll see you next time. Hopefully. I don't know if that will get cut.
And there's much more on the BBC World Service app. Your home for live radio and where you can listen to your favourite BBC programmes and podcasts.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
It's the 30th day of November 2025. I hear that tomorrow is the 1st of December, right? So we're gradually moving into the last month of the year, and just about a few hours, and we'll be saying bye-bye to November and welcome to December. How has your evening been? How's your day been, the weekend? If you're listening to this voice, my name is Queen Chima, and the dial is Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. At this time, every Sunday, 7 to 8, is Doctor in the House. On the show, we talk about your health. If you have been following this show from the beginning of this year up until now, you should have learned so much. Well, if you haven't, and it's the first time you're tuning in, it's not late, because we have, like, I think about 7 Sundays before, no, not 7, what am I saying? About 5 Sundays or 4 Sundays, and we say bye-bye to 2025, and then we have the whole of 2026 to learn a lot about your health. What we do on the show is bring professionals to talk about health issues, everyday health issues, common ones, the ones I think you may know readily in your head, the ones you're not aware of, enlightening you, telling you what to do, helping you look out for possible symptoms, or knowing exactly what the problem is maybe happening with you or someone close to you. So it means that if you consistently stick to the show, you will learn a lot about your health. And you know what they say, health is wealth. Welcome to Doctor in the House. My name is Queen Chima once again, but today we'll be talking about something that is widely talked about around the female gender. So when you hear women talk about it, okay, it's a woman thing. But while certain diseases may be attributed to gender, it doesn't take away the impact it has on even the other gender, society, family at large. So we're going to be looking at we're going to be discussing PCOS, living with PCOS, facts, myth, and the path to better health. But before we get into all of this, we want to understand what PCOS is. It's an abbreviation. So what is it? Not just the full meaning, but what it is and how you can go through it. We've had this conversation sometime months back, but it's important to get to talk about these issues every now and then, considering that people get diagnosed, people find out, and they're worried, especially young women. Oh God, what's going to happen to me? How am I going to cope? Is it a death sentence? Is it something that is the last time we talked about it, we did handle stigma around it. But we're going to be going through all of that. Remember that this show is not one that I just come and talk. I have a professional seated here who's going to be dishing out all the information, important information about PCOS. However, you get to call at some point in the show and ask your questions, make your contributions if there is any, and we can have a wonderful show. So I have joined me in the studio January Priye. He is a health professional. Good evening, January Priye. It's good to see you.
Good evening, Queen.
Yes, I think we had a conversation months back.
Yes, on suicide.
Yeah, on suicide. Yes. Absolutely. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you so much.
How has your day been?
My day has been great. It has been very wonderful.
Okay. Someone asked me earlier today if I had Sunday rice. Did you have Sunday rice?
Well, I didn't have rice.
Okay.
But I just had swallow.
You had swallow?
I had swallow this Sunday.
You had Sunday food.
I had Sunday food.
Great. PCOS.
Thank you so much.
That's an abbreviation, right?
Yes.
So when you say PCOS, it means what's the full name?
Okay. When we talk about PCOS, it's an abbreviation, which means polycystic ovarian syndrome.
Okay. Polycystic ovarian syndrome.
Yes.
What does it mean?
Okay. So I'll just try to be as open and try to make everybody understand so that I don't go too deep.
Okay.
So when we talk about a syndrome, there are different features that someone will present with. So polycystic ovarian syndrome is just on the basis of an abnormality in the hormonal secretion level of a female. Like you said earlier on, there are some conditions that are gender specific, and this is a gender specific condition. So an abnormality in the hormonal secretion leads to a dysfunction from the ovaries. So this dysfunction now makes a female present with some certain features which we'll definitely be talking about.
Yeah.
She'll be having hirsutism, that's increased testosterone level. She'll be having hirsutism.
Yeah.
And most importantly, she won't be able to.
We'll get into that.
Okay.
But when you say an anomaly,
Yeah.
right, then it means that there's a normal.
Yes, there is. Normal.
So for a woman's hormone, what is the normal?
Okay. The anomaly is relating to FSH,
Okay.
follicle stimulating hormone. So there is decreased production in that hormone. Yes.
Oh.
So normally the luteinizing hormone, LH, and the FSH should be in a ratio which it does not disrupt the ovarian function.
Okay.
So when in this condition now, the LH is reduced,
Okay.
but the FSH is increased.
So I mean, there's a lot you've said now, but there's an increased production in something
Yes,
in hormones, and then there's a decrease. There's a decreased
yes,
production.
in the
So
another hormone, yeah.
how common is PCOS among women?
Okay, it's a relatively common condition. It's a relatively common condition. It's most studies related to a genetic dysfunction.
Okay.
So it's relatively common, and then parents or mothers who have had PCOS have a high tendency to pass it on to their daughters.
Okay.
So it's a relatively common condition. It has been talked about in the hospital. We've had patients about the same condition.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's relatively very common.
I mean, we're having a lot of people speak about it these days, come out and talk about it boldly, without fear. I still know that the stigma is there, especially because it's a woman. Because some say, oh, someone was sharing a story with me. She said she lost a relationship because the guy discovered that she was diagnosed with PCOS.
Okay.
And it was a terrible stage for her, but I mean, with the awareness she has now, she felt like she said it's the guy's his loss,
yes,
right?
Yes,
but
yes.
I mean, there may be a lot of people who face that, who maybe someone is even listening to us and the person was diagnosed with PCOS, and the lady thinks, oh, my life is over or something. So I mean, it's important that we get to know why this is a condition, what happens, and also what are the risk factors? I know you already mentioned genetics here, but what are other risk factors for PCOS?
Okay, we look at also, like I said, if there's a positive family history, that's someone who has had it, is also a risk factor. And then lifestyle modification, not eating well. That's when you have this tendency to like eat, well, not in a nutritional way.
Okay.
It could lead to a disruption. Then we also look at basically we're just talking about things that may not be under your control.
Yeah. Okay.
Things that may not be under your control, because when we look at the criteria that defines it, we have insulin desensitivity.
Okay.
So you are eating, but your body is not responding to the insulin level. So there is this tendency to have diabetes. So that's a risk factor for the PCOS.
Okay.
There's a tendency to have diabetes, and then increase, like I said earlier on, decrease LH is a risk factor. Okay. So it's just basically some things that are not really under your control. But the one that is under your control is your nutritional level. Yeah.
Okay. This nutritional level you're talking about, can you expatiate? Because I mean, I think a lot of females, I don't know if it's a feminine thing, right? Because I've heard someone jokingly say, why do we have a lot of women complain of peptic ulcer? Right. So, while we know that ulcers are caused by, I think, a bacteria. I think I had a conversation on ulcer, peptic ulcer, and H. pylori or something.
Yes.
But I mean, what you eat can also affect that injury. in the small intestine or wherever the ulcer is. So that's why I wanted to expatiate on this nutrition, because some people think that a lot of women have crazy eating habits. I mean, they consume a lot of junk. Most women consume a lot of junk. Most women will skip meals and attend to other things, maybe like beauty, right? Right. So when you talk about nutrition being responsible for PCOS, what does that mean really?
Okay. When I talk about nutrition, it's tilting towards the aspect of obesity.
Okay.
Yes. So if you are eating and then the body is not using up what you are eating, so you're just storing it as fats, storing it in different cells, storing it as fats, getting obese.
Okay.
Is what I'm trying to talk about.
Okay.
So when we talk about nutrition, we need to channel it down to the clinical condition we're talking about, because nutrition affects different levels of conditions.
Okay.
So just eating rightly as simple as having your vegetables, as your fruits, reduces the risk of having this PCOS. So just eating rightly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, but when you earlier talked about how these hormones are affected, right? And you did say the RH or something, but how does it affect the hormone in a woman's body? Like, how does it really truly happen? And these hormones that are affected, what are the hormones? What are their functions? And then when there's an affecting and that the person comes down with PCOS, what happens?
Okay. So we'll be looking at 3 hormones.
Okay.
We'll be looking at luteinizing hormone.
Okay.
Follicle stimulating hormone, and then testosterone. So I may just be using the abbreviations LH, FSH, and then testosterone. So when we have increased FSH, it functions in the ovary to cause stimulation, proliferation. We call it proliferation. So there's a point where the proliferation is to at least come to a reduction, so that the luteinizing hormone can kick in to make the ovaries ready for fertility. Okay. So when there is increased function of this follicle stimulating, but the luteinizing hormone does not come into play, it now causes this polycystic feature of the ovaries.
Okay.
So the ovaries now have circles, small circles. When you check them on in our investigation method, it has circles, small, about 12 or more. So that's an indication that there is increased proliferation, but then the ovaries are not yet ready to be fertilized because the LH level is decreased. And then I also talk about testosterone. Normally, it should be produced in an adequate, I won't want to go into detail, but it should be produced in an adequate level. But increased level of this testosterone now predisposes this person to have this male hair-like pattern.
Okay.
So I'm not trying to say all females that have a male hair-like pattern
have PCOS.
Have PCOS. Okay, so I'm just trying to be specific on what I'm trying to say, so that someone does not gets the information. So she now predisposed to a male hair-like pattern. Terminal hairs, you see it having how a guy should have hair.
Yeah.
So it becomes very dark and just plenty. Okay, so having hairs in places where normally it should just be guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't want to go into details, but that's just what we're trying to talk about when it comes to the hormones. So this dysfunction now, these 3 dysfunctions now causes the main problem, which is infertility. So she's not able to conceive.
So, when we talk PCOS, you use polycystic ovarian syndrome.
Yes.
The ovaries, how important are they to a woman?
They are very, 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 very important.
Because this condition affects the ovary.
It affects the ovaries, yes.
So how important are the ovaries to a woman?
When we talk about the ovaries, we're talking about her ability to reproduce.
Okay.
Her ability to be fertilized.
Yeah.
So if the ovaries are not have not been programmed to conceive,
then
I think the female is not having her basic one of our basic, most important function, which is reproduction. So it's so important because most women say this is their dignity, and that is actually their dignity, the ability to reproduce. So if the function is not there, it leads to different levels of stigmatization, having anxiety, different levels of psychological defects and all that. So the ovaries are very, very important.
What are the early signs of PCOS?
Early signs, okay. So when we look at the early signs, like I said earlier on, obesity. So there's tendency of being obese, then male hair-like patterns. So
these hair-like patterns appears anywhere in the body?
The chin.
Okay.
The chin, and then some other places. But when it is excess, when we look at the chest, when the hairs there are very dark.
Okay.
Yes, very dark, and then a little bit much. But normally, females, there are some females who could have hair at different parts of their body.
I have hair on my chin.
Yes, exactly. That's why I'm very specific.
But it's really scanty.
Yes, exactly. So females are to have hair of their own type.
Yeah.
And then males have their own hair of their own type. So when you now have it of a male type, yes, so it's not just having hair at all. Okay, so that's not the defect.
And that's the hirsutism.
Yes, hirsutism.
Hirsutism.
Yeah.
Okay.
Male hair-like pattern.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other warning symptoms?
Then physically as well, we are talking physically now. There's this dark pigmentation on the neck.
Okay.
Dark pigmentation on the neck, and then some parts in the groin, private parts in the groin. So there's this dark pigmentation. We call it acanthosis nigricans. So that dark pigmentation, it just indicates that, okay, something is going on. When we see it, we know that, okay, something is going on. So we now go into investigations to be sure what is going on. So I'm not saying every woman who have this has PCOS. Yeah. So it just stimulates that suspicion.
Okay.
Yes.
So these are some of the early symptoms. Is it possible to have it and not have noticeable symptoms?
Yes, it is. That would be in the early phases.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be in the early phases. So you could just have those have the PCOS disorder, but it's yet to manifest. Okay, so it's yet to manifest. And then also very important as well, menstruation. There is having, most times they have scanty menstruation or irregular menstrual cycle. So her menses are very scanty and it is irregular. It's not the way it's supposed to be based on her cycle. Her cycle length and then the number of days of flow. So that's also.
I mean, if you move around certain busy areas in whatever state, even here in university, you hear people saying hormonal imbalance. If you have hormonal imbalance as a woman, they have one cure, something that cures 100 diseases.
Actually.
Is that like a side to PCOS? Like, is there something as hormonal imbalance?
Yes, there's something as hormonal imbalance.
Okay.
But them trying to advertise that something cures all hormonal imbalance, well, it needs to be looked into because it may not be very true. They're just trying to like get customers and all that. But there is something like hormonal imbalance.
Can that be a function to PCOS?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but when they say hormonal imbalance, does it happen in males or just females?
Yeah, males can also have hormonal imbalance.
Okay.
Because like I've always said, all the hormones have a specific quantity to which they should be produced.
Okay.
So if they are produced beyond their quantity or if they are not produced to that level, that's an imbalance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that's something that can be a function to PCOS. Do you think that how do you diagnose? I know this is a clinical matter, right? But a woman presents to the hospital, to the health professional, and then she thinks that she's seen some of the symptoms that you just mentioned: irregular menstruation, hirsutism. She feels what's the other one you mentioned? Maybe she started seeing symptoms of obesity,
and pimples as well.
Oh, pimples.
Yes.
Oh, God.
But like I said,
it's not for everybody.
Yes,
I mean, maybe she's seen 2-3 of these symptoms, and then she comes to the hospital. How do you get it? What happens that you say, oh, this person has PCOS?
Okay, so for the diagnosis, we use the Rotterdam's criteria. So what that just complies is 3 specific diagnoses. So presence of 2, at least 2 of it, indicates that, okay, this person has PCOS.
Okay. How affordable is this diagnosis?
It's just a study.
Okay.
So when you come, we suspect, and then we now carry out some investigations. So basically, the diagnosis is carried out based on 3 features. So the first one here is what I initially said, scanty menstruation.
Okay.
So when she's having a very scanty menstruation, or she's not even menstruating at all, amenorrhea, oligomenorrhea, that's what it is. That's a pointer to PCOS. Then 2, we talk about hyperandrogenism. What that is just talking about is the testosterone level is increased.
Okay.
Because I stated earlier about 3 hormones.
Those hormones, yeah.
Yes. So testosterone level is increased. So that's now predisposing her to those male hair-like patterns. Yes. And then thirdly, we have the polycystic ovary. But that's a diagnosis which involves an investigation.
Okay.
Okay. So we need to do an investigation to be sure that, okay, the ovaries have multiple cysts. So we can't just see you and then say, okay, your ovaries have multiple cysts. So having at least 2 of these 3, the oligomenorrhea or amenorrhea, scanty menstruation or no menstruation, hyperandrogenism, and the polycystic ovary. Those 3 basic criteria leads to the diagnosis. So when we see this, we can diagnose it, then now further do other investigations to make it absolute and sure. So we now check the hormonal levels, the hormonal level ratio, to be sure that, okay, this is what is going on. And then we check the insulin level, because I made mention that her body is not responding to insulin again. So she's eating, but they are not being stored adequately. So there is tendency of having high glucose level. So there are other investigations you do, but those 3, those are the basic. That's what leads to the diagnosis.
Do you think some women stay for a very long period before they maybe present with symptoms or maybe get diagnosed? Because take, for instance, a woman who's not in her reproductive years, maybe just living her normal life, and gets to, she may be seeing the symptoms and just takes it casually, like maybe it's normal. If the periods are not irregular, she may not have needs for concern. If the acne is there or pimples and she decides to continuously use products to clear them and just thinks, oh, it's normal for me. And then those are hirsutism, and she just goes for waxing or shaving, and just living her normal life, right? And maybe until the time that she wants to have a child, or she gets married or not married, or maybe trying to get have a child, and then she says, and maybe possible realizes that it's not happening, right? So does it take some people a very long period before they find out?
Yes, and this is like on a general note, because when it comes to most conditions, at the initial stage, they may present with no symptom.
Because I have pimples on my face. Yes. I have little hair, but I don't think I've been ever bothered to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So at the beginning stage, most times there is no cause for an alarm. So most people don't even think of any reason to disturb themselves or all that.
Yeah.
But that's why we also always encourage a good health seeking behavior. Nothing really needs to be wrong with you for you to just go to the hospital to just do a checkup. Because it is in the process of all these checkups that you don't even plan. That's where they now realize, okay, your blood pressure is getting high.
Okay.
And that's one of the very serious situation when it comes to hypertension.
Yeah.
your blood pressure can be very high and they are living a very normal life.
Some people say they don't want doctors to tell them that there's something. That's why they don't want to come. Please, I don't want you to come and find something. That's why I'm not coming.
I get that. I understand that.
Yeah.
But we just encourage it. And then there's no need to have any fear.
Yeah.
It's just, okay, let's just be sure that everything is functioning well.
Yeah.
So at the initial stage, it could be developing, but it doesn't really raise an alarm. It is most times when it comes to the process of trying to conceive, that's when they now ask themselves, okay, why am I not conceiving?
Yeah.
What's going on? So at that stage, they now say, okay, let me come to the hospital to try and discover what is going on. So it is that process that now realize, oh, they have this condition. But like I said initially,
yes,
not all the features present in a female indicates PCOS.
Okay. Yes. Are there long-term health challenges associated with PCOS?
Yes. They are long-term. They are the complications. That's when the condition has not been addressed. It's related to different symptoms, different body parts, different systems. But basically, we have one as depression. It's a complication.
Okay.
Because you try to conceive, you don't know why you can't conceive. So it leads to depression. Is there something wrong with me? What's going on? It leads to depression. Then a complication of PCOS, another complication is premature birth.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Because in the process of that conception, if it happens at all, there's a very high tendency to need to remove the child, the fetus actually, before the actual
maturation.
Maturation, yes. Because the dysfunction does not let the normal process carry on till term.
Okay.
And then some other complications is liver inflammation. We call it non-alcoholic steatohepatitis.
Oh.
Yeah. So
now how does... No one is wondering how does the ovary, condition in the ovary affects the liver?
That's a very wonderful thing because all the systems in the body work together.
Okay.
They may not be 100% dependent, but they work together. So a dysfunction in the ovary leading to increased level of something can indirectly affect another system. So I wouldn't want to go into that, but when there's a dysfunction in one system, it does not directly affect it, but it affects another process of which the liver could be dependent on.
Okay.
And then some other complications which are very important. We have breast cancer.
Oh.
It's a complication of this situation. And endometrial cancer. Because in this condition, there is increased estrogen, that's another hormone. Increased estrogen production. So that leads to proliferation of the uterus, the myometrium of the uterus. So that can lead to cancer. So just those few complications which I would just list out. And most importantly, infertility.
Yes. I mean, I think this is one that a lot of people are very, maybe very concerned with, that has some, emotional attachment and mental attachment to it. And I mean, we live in an African society, and the woman is expected to have children. So when that condition presents itself, or maybe you just mention it now, that scare that this person may never have children. So that's why this question: how does it affect fertility? And is it possible for someone with PCOS to conceive and get to term and have their baby or babies?
Yes, 100%. It's not, PCOS is not a condition that signifies permanent infertility. So there are different ways it is treated. So I'll just be going into the treatment.
Okay.
So when we're looking at PCOS now, when we have seen a patient and then we diagnose this condition in a patient, the first thing we do is we start from the basics before we get to the medical treatment. So the basics, we encourage lifestyle modification.
Okay.
So when we talk about lifestyle modification, we're talking about not having like a sedentary kind of lifestyle. So try and be engaged in activity that will help together with diet regulation to help obesity. Because when someone is obese, there is increased level of estrogen production. So that affects the uterus. So we look at that, and then when we talk about the medical treatments, we have to correct the insulin level. There's a drug we give, metformin. So that helps to create sensitization to the insulin that is being produced. So for the ovaries now, I told you earlier on, what happens is that the ovaries are not ready to conceive. So we give letrozole. That causes ovulation induction. Okay, so the ovaries are now ready to conceive pregnancy. So when we do this, and then she's probably still not able to conceive, then there are other treatment modalities which are now being looked at. There is the aspect of surgery. So that's just like targeting that ovary and then eliminating it. So that's not like she can't ever conceive again.
Okay.
There's ovaries that can be produced. Okay, so it's not like a definite statement of infertility. It is definitely treated. We've had patients who have come over and it was treated. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a cure. Is that what it is? Is
I wouldn't use the word
treatable?
a cure, but it is managed.
Managed.
Yes, it can be managed. Because, like I said earlier on, if someone has had PCOS, it can be transmitted to anyone, like transmitted through the family line.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that doesn't really like stop the transmission, but it can be managed.
Managed.
Yes, adequately managed.
If you just tuned in, it's Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Doctor in the House is the program, and I've been talking to a health professional, Priye, discussing polycystic ovarian syndrome, that is PCOS. We've been looking at the risk factors, what it is, what hormones are affected, what lifestyle modifications, lifestyle causes as a risk factor for PCOS, and how it may be managed. Well, if you have been listening and you have a question, a concern, a contribution, you already can dial 0810-951-0951. That is 0810-951-0951. Send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339962. Now, if you have a question to ask us regarding this topic, PCOS, maybe you've been diagnosed and how you're able to manage it, or manage it alongside your doctors. Do you have kids despite living with PCOS? Have you been able to conceive? I mean, some of these stories also helps to encourage someone who is scared or who is fearful that this is the end of my reproductive life, maybe as a woman, or I'm now obese and I've come down with PCOS, or I've been diagnosed of PCOS, and then it's a challenge for me. Now, some of these stories are really encouraging for someone who's going to listen. So the number to dial is 0810-951-0951. That's for calls. For text or WhatsApp messages, 0701 9339 962. Okay. Someone says you cannot just say PCOS. Nobody knows what you people are talking about. So maybe you joined. He sent this message about 15 minutes ago. So if you joined about 15 minutes ago, you would not have heard the definition. You would not have had the full meaning, right? Well, thank you for that observation.
Okay.
This person says, good evening. Can PCOS be permanently cured? Can certain medications cause PCOS? There's a question from someone. The person didn't put their name, but I mean, I think the person wants to stay anonymous.
Okay.
Can it be cured? You just said that a few minutes ago, but you want to reiterate. And then
Okay.
say, can certain medications cause PCOS?
Okay. Like I said, the appropriate word is it can be managed. Okay, it can be managed because there is the tendency of reoccurrence. Most clinical conditions, if someone has had them before and probably it was managed, there's a tendency it could reoccur again. So the adequate word is it can be managed.
Yeah,
that's the right word to use. And then medications that could cause. Well, it will be based on what you are taking. Okay, but from my from the knowledge which we have, probably medications which could affect your they are called side effects. Okay, so when you take some drugs and then it affects your hormone secretion level. Okay, so it wasn't really taken to affect that hormone secretion. It just probably was to treat something else. Okay, so I wouldn't want to go into details on what medications because it's side effects.
Yeah.
So not in particular, it doesn't really cause the PCOS because there are a lot of things that could lead to the PCOS, not just medication.
Are there certain myths that people have about PCOS or that you may want to debunk? Or, I mean, a lot of things that you've heard about PCOS is true. I mean, people saying if you have PCOS, this happens to you and that.
Okay, let me just reiterate what the PCOS is for the sake of the person who sent that text. Like I said earlier, PCOS is an abbreviation for polycystic ovarian syndrome. And I said that a syndrome is multiple features, multiple presenting features. Okay, so when we say polycystic ovarian syndrome, we're talking about some multiple presenting features that results because of the multiple cysts in the ovary. So I said we can't see someone and then just immediately realize, oh, she has multiple cysts. So when we see those features, it now points out to the polycystic ovarian syndrome. So myths, well, I haven't heard of those myths yet, but there could be, but haven't had much.
Okay. Someone says, can PID cause or lead to PCOS? PID is
pelvic inflammatory disease.
Okay. Can it cause or lead to PCOS? Let's take this call first before we respond to that. Oh, the call dropped. So do a message, right? You can send a message to 0810 9510 951. That's the number that you can do a message to, and then you can be part of the show. Good evening, your name and location. Yes, good evening. We can hear you. Maybe you have to. Yes, good evening.
Chichi. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Chichi, go on, please.
All right. I was diagnosed with PCOS when I got married, and it gave me a little problem for some years. But I came out of it because I have 3 children now. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. They did that. There was this ovarian kind of perspective that they did. They said they had to reduce the size of the ovary. And the following month I ovulated, and that was like got pregnant and had children. So now I want to ask, now that the thing is over, I mean out of it, is it possible to recur again? Because at then I wasn't ovulating, but now I ovulate every.
Are you there, Chichi?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you ask that question? Okay, I think she dropped. Well, she just said she was diagnosed with PCOS. It gave her challenges earlier when she got married, but now she has 3 children. But she's asking, I think something you have answered, but maybe you want to reiterate. Is it possible
that she has a high level of reoccurrence, and because she remembers that then she would not ovulate, but now she ovulates. So, I mean, you want to give a response to that?
Okay. It doesn't reoccur. It wouldn't reoccur in a traditional sense. Okay, because when the ovaries have been be able to conceive, when you be able to conceive, it causes this regularization of your hormones. So, because you have been able to conceive before, the body is now reprogrammed. Because one of the risk factors of that same PCOS is someone who has not conceived before. So if you have conceived, the body is now reprogrammed. So there is now a very high tendency that you can conceive again.
Okay.
So there is no actual risk of reoccurrence. But should in case it does, there's also the management, which we've already talked about, because it has a lot to do with your lifestyle modification.
So the pelvic inflammatory disease, does it cause PCOS? Someone asked.
Okay, no, it doesn't. It doesn't cause PCOS.
Okay.
It's another different topic on its own, but it doesn't cause PCOS because the PCOS is relating to metabolic and hormonal disorder.
Okay.
Pelvic inflammatory disease is an infection. Okay, and that could be coming from the lower genital tract. From the lower genital tract, so it's like an infection. So it doesn't really cause PCOS.
So some people talk about ovarian cysts and talk about PCOS. Are there differences?
Ovarian cysts is the ovaries having cysts, like a very large cyst. Okay, and then multiple of that cyst is now what is causing these symptoms, the syndrome. That's the features. Okay, so ovarian cyst is another condition again on its own, but it's not exactly PCOS. Okay, so different conditions, different manifestations leads to their own specific condition, but ovarian cyst is not exactly PCOS.
Do you think we have younger women coming down with PCOS? I mean, these days, by younger, I mean maybe ages 18 to 30?
Yes. There is, because we try to do researches based on the people we meet in the hospital. So we try to do research based on the people we meet in the hospital, and we've had cases frequent. So there are other frequent cases that we see, but yes, it's one of the common condition we have occurring in this part of the world. Yeah.
So someone says, please, how do one get to know if someone has PCOS? I have two beautiful daughters, aged 13 and 11. Is she supposed to bother? 13 and 11. I think they're not up to reproductive ages.
Well, you are not supposed to know. Let me just be like that. You're not supposed to know. Okay. So it's left for your healthcare professional.
Yeah.
To lead to that condition. So don't just see somebody and then this person has PCOS. So,
but their ages, this is not something to be concerned about.
Their ages, okay.
13 and 11.
13, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's not really suspected in them because we look at reproductive age grades.
Yeah.
So when you've gotten to that reproductive age grade, we now look at that from as early as 15, I think.
Yeah, as early as 15.
Yeah, we just look at that. Yeah. Reproductive age grade.
So what would you like, I mean, as we're wrapping up, right, we've talked about the challenges of PCOS, I mean, possible health challenges. We talked about fertility, You also mentioned depression. I mean, that's the emotional side to it and the mental side to it. But how dangerous is this part? I mean, because it's health still. I mean, emotional health is health. Mental health is health.
It's health,
because if someone is diagnosed of PCOS and they begin to know the possible health challenges that could occur, they are a little anxious, and then anxiety steps in, depression could step in, and all. How dangerous is this to the woman, and maybe what understanding should a woman have, even if she's been diagnosed with PCOS?
Okay, one thing they need to know is it's not a death sentence.
But for the women who are trying to conceive and are not able to conceive because of it, how terrible can that be?
They just need to know that it's a condition that can be managed. It's not something too severe. It's not severe. It's a condition that can be managed adequately. All you just need to do is, locate the nearest healthcare facility closest to you, and then to be attended to. Like I said initially, people may not know that they are tilting towards this condition. So you just going there to seek just normal checkup and everything, it could actually be discovered. So even if someone has been diagnosed with that condition, it can be adequately managed. You just need to seek a healthcare professional, and it will be attended to. So it's not, even if it leads to anxiety, it's just on the basis of they've not really understood that it's not a cause for an alarm. Yeah.
So on a wider situation, how can society support women living with PCOS? Society. Well, let's begin with family and then society. Support women living with PCOS.
Okay. First off, expose them to the knowledge of it. Let them know what they are having. Okay, and then we also encourage, like I said earlier on, lifestyle modification. Try and be engaged as little as having an activity, just having an activity, because sedentary lifestyle also affects or tilts towards it. And then dietary regularization. There is something people call binge eating. Like you are eating under stress, like unable to control the way you eat. So how you can help them is just regularizing their dietary intake. So at least that can be done by the society. Just giving them the knowledge, taking them to a health professional that can give them this knowledge, and then just regularizing their lifestyle, and as little as the way you eat. Society can also help people with that.
When you talk about the way you eat and nutrition, lifestyle modification, what are those foods, maybe classes of foods, that these women should consume the most, especially for some of them who have the habits of eating the opposite of these that you're going to mention, maybe the opposite of unhealthy foods? What are those healthy or expected foods to eat?
Okay, if you are going to have a healthy diet, we usually advise you have at least quite a number of the classes of food in your meal. So if you are going to eat, have vegetables, have fruits, have protein, just have a touch of the basic classes of food, because at least that helps to regularize the intake, so that we don't have over function of probably, let's say, protein, because you're always taking protein, you're always eating protein. Yeah. So just having as little as having fruits, having vegetables. So I can't say don't eat this, because everything functions, everything is taken for a specific reason, and they have their own function. So it's just having them in an adequate proportion. That's just it. So it's not like don't eat this or don't eat that. But what I would say is fatty intake of too much fatty foods, would tilt to obesity. So just reduction in your fatty food intake. Okay. So that will be based on what you eat. So just reduction in your fatty food intake, but in essence, just try and have a natural, like a regular or concise intake of every class of food. Just have a touch of everything and eat fruits is very important, and vegetables. They're also very important. Yes.
So, what advice would you give, a young woman who's been diagnosed of PCOS?
Okay, like I said earlier on, it's not a cause for an alarm. You just need to get close to your healthcare professional. They will take it up from there, but it's not a cause for an alarm. So there is nothing wrong with you. It's a normal condition.
Nothing wrong with that?
Nothing. Because things happen that are not really under people's control.
Okay.
So you don't blame yourself for it.
I mean, that's a part.
That's a very
an important part.
Yeah.
Blaming yourself or thinking that there's something, you must be a different person from every other person.
Yes.
Why me? Why me? Right. And I think because sometimes when you talk about the emotional and mental health of people when they are diagnosed of certain diseases, some doctors or some professionals say that begins to take a lot of toll on the patient, even before the real thing begins to affect.
Yeah.
All right, just a way to wrap up. On a general term for every woman listening, I mean, what are those key points you want to leave for that woman, whether she's been diagnosed of PCOS, whether she will be diagnosed, whether she will never be diagnosed of PCOS, whether she's been living with PCOS or not have children or expecting to have? I mean, a general message for women.
Okay. What I would just say is seek more knowledge on the condition. Like, just seek more knowledge. Try and get some knowledge. You can just do a home lesson. Try and get some knowledge. We have access to internet. As little as having the knowledge changes a lot of things. And then if you are already diagnosed, stay close to your health professional. They will take it up from there.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, January Priye, for coming on the show and discussing living with PCOS, facts, myth, and the path to better health. And thank you so much for your messages, the text messages. Sister Purity, thank you for your text message. Mrs. Chichi, who called earlier and said that she was diagnosed of PCOS, but then she has 3 children now. I mean, that's so encouraging for someone who thinks, infertility is one of the health challenge, and I may not be able to have my own children. I mean, that's a point that you can have if it's managed. And she did mention that her doctors did take her through medications, and then she was able to conceive. Okay. And then for the other questions, I think I got messages from your name was not here, but thank you for sending those questions earlier. That's our show today, Sunday, 30th of November 2025. Doctor in the house. Past 8, I'll be back here for Cruise Control. Do stay with us. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening. Thank you for coming. Today, 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you so much for staying tuned. This is Cruise Control. My name is Queen Chima, and it's a beautiful Sunday evening, November 30, 2025, 10 minutes past 8. The Cruise Control is a program for young people where young people gather to talk about issues that concern them. So, interestingly, today it's going to be the both of us. Me, you, and you listening to me. Yes, we're going to be talking about young people in Nigeria. And interestingly, we're going to be looking at an aspect that a lot of people have talked about as regarding involvement in governance. I mean, young people involving themselves in governance in the country, in the Nigerian society. And while you want to look at interest, how much young people are interested in this or not, you also want to see the landscape and the system, if it sort of is suitable for young people to just plunge themselves into the system and become part of governance. I mean, full-time governance in the country. You know this popular phrase, oh, we are the future of tomorrow. Young people are the future of tomorrow. Leaders of tomorrow. I think sometimes it's said that way. They are the leaders of tomorrow. And it's said in a way to portray that they have the capacity to bring their arsenal in terms of experience, in terms of the youthful energy, in terms of the vibe, not just vibe in mediocrity, but in the evolving times of the systems and society to governance. Because even in the regular system, the government, you have a ministry dedicated to young people, because hey, you cannot take away or shift them to the side. For a country like Nigeria, I think about 60 to 70% of its population are young people. So very important population, very important demographic in the country. But today I want us to talk about, the interest of young people in politics, not just in politics by playing politics, but in governance, in terms of leadership, in terms of strategic positions in the country, or building something, or trying to innovate and bring about a change in the country. And I want us to talk about it. So even if you want to base it, right, strategically to politics, or how many of our young people do we have in politics, how many of them, you're looking at who's the youngest governor in Nigeria, who's the youngest senator in the country, or what's that person's capacity, what's that person's experience as to leading the person to governance and whatever the person has been able to bring for his or her people. Now, like I said earlier, Nigeria has a very large and young population, with over half of its citizens under 30. Over half of its citizens under 30. Now, this youthful demographic is a potential source of economic growth, but many young Nigerians face high unemployment, lack of job skills, and economic hardship, leading them to consider immigration. Now, despite these challenges, there are many initiatives aimed at improving their education, skills, and civic engagement to help them thrive. Now, over half of Nigeria's population, you have them from 30 under, over half. That's a huge statistics. Well, you want to question where the statistics were got from. I mean, that's what we have on our hands for now. So the population is heavily skewed towards the young, with a median age of approximately 18 years. Estimates show that between 58% and 70% of Nigerians are under the age of 30, estimates. Now, we know that there are a lot of challenges that young people face. Like every Sunday where young people gather here on the show, we talk about those challenges, from social challenges to emotional challenges, physical challenges, educational challenges.
name them that young people face. And if we're looking at a society, targeting a society that should be, in a broader perspective, should be the best that we expect, that means a lot has to be given to this young population. And while we want to analyze what governance should be for this young population, if they are involved in governance, if you even see them interested in governance, if you see a generation of young people that are building capacity to take up positions, demand positions in the country, you want to look at the system that is building these young people, the system that is making them what they are in terms of education. We talk about education in this country a lot, and we say that not so much attention is paid to that. So that may scare you. We have been battling insecurity for a while. Not for a while. I mean, it heightened since last month. 2 months ago, there's been kidnapping, terrorist attacks, one after the other. Sadly, today news broke about a church that was attacked, and some people were taken away. Numbers have not been fixed yet as we continue to follow that update. So the country sometimes, or it has its challenges. And then you're looking at the young population, where you're looking at the country that has much of the young population, and how much of these challenges are hitting on this population, head on. And if this is happening, you're also looking at the capacity of this population to take up governance or leadership positions. Now, some of the challenges that are facing Nigerian youth include high unemployment. Many young people lack the necessary skills for available jobs. Yes, that's there, contributing to high unemployment rates. Apart lacking the skill, there's also looking around states. Look around River State, for instance. You ask yourself how many, what's the unemployment rate, and then you see a lot of young people saying they're unemployed. We know that we have resourceful young people these days getting into storytelling, tech, entertainment, a number of areas, but we still have a teeming population who can barely afford their basic needs. So economic hardship, youth unemployment coupled with the rising cost of living creates significant economic hardship for these young people. Now, the Jatma syndrome is there. Immigration. A majority of young Nigerians have considered leaving to find better work opportunities and escape the difficult economic conditions. When we see cases where some Nigerians are having a tough time outside and they are brought back, let's bring them back. Let's send them back to their country. They should come back. Come back to do what? Sometimes. So some of these challenges, limited opportunities, self-employment is like the order of the day. And while you go everywhere looking at people who are highly self-employed, the question would be, what level of technicality, what level of expertise are these plenty self-employed young Nigerians expressing to society? So CEO of this, we had this conversation one time on the show, Cruise Control. We have a lot of young CEOs. CEOing what? What level of expertise have you built? How have you been able to serve to come to the point where you have built strength or tenacity to handle whatever business? So we don't necessarily want to have a lot of self-employed, and you're looking at the direct or proportionate benefits to the society, and you're questioning what impact does it have exactly. So some of these are the challenges that youth face. Now you look at all of these challenges and then you say, leaders of tomorrow, future generation. And your question might be, are we truly raising that future of tomorrow? Are we truly raising that leader of tomorrow? The young population. I want us to talk about this, right? I want to get your perspective to it. What you think. You may begin to analyze, a number of young people who are doing amazing. You want to do that analysis? Great, on the show. Bring it on. You're a young person listening. You want to tell me, this is exactly how you're making your society, your immediate environment better for the next person to live in. These are some of the projects that you're working on. Community projects or self-improvement projects that benefits your immediate society. Now, I saw a video of a girl, very young girl, during youth service. She's even physically challenged. insisted on going for youth service even against her family's decision for her. Now she taught in the school in one of the western one, I think Ekiti or so. She was a teacher there, and she was able to change her classroom from her monthly allowances that she gets from the federal government. So what she did was change their board to a whiteboard in that class, painted the classroom. The classroom, you need to have seen the before and after. She did that for her society. Now, it may be for her students. Oh, yeah, she likes her students, and that's why she did that. It's much more than that. It's a heart of service. Right. So with all of these challenges that Nigerian youth are faced with every day, do you think that we're building a teeming population of young people to take up leadership positions, to selflessly serve the country? Do you think so? That's the question I want us to talk about. I want to hear. And I think, do we really have future leaders of tomorrow? Do we truly have that? Does the system allow that? Is the system allowing that to happen? I have been talking about the confab that the president talked about since when, and I don't even know how that list is going to be accumulated, who's attending, from what state, how they're getting the number of young people to attend, what qualification will be like. The last time I checked, I think they said they were wrapping up preparations and a number of people have been picked or selected or registered for it. I think so. When that's to happen, we're yet to know. A lot is happening in the country already. Maybe there's so much more to face, so much more concerns. But we're looking at this population of young people that we have. Remember that these statistics says from 30 down forms more than half of Nigeria's population. That is huge, and that speaks volume. So what? Now, there are a number of national youth policies that support young people, from empowerment programs to support to guidance to national contribution that support young people. But sometimes you want to look at how effective these programs are, these support systems are to helping young people actualize their dreams, not just actualize, but build them in a specific direction of growth that benefits society. So I would like to know, leaders of tomorrow, future leaders of tomorrow, are we really building that population that are truly leaders of tomorrow? It's Cruise Control on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Join the conversation. Let's talk about it. Tell me what you think. Tell me if you think we're building that population that are truly the leaders of tomorrow. Are we raising those young people? Are we truly raising those young people? And remember, when we say it's not just the government, it's families, it's you that's going to call me and contribute on the show. You have children, you have young people living with you. It's religious organizations, it's the family, it's even the media. It's the government. These spheres of influence. You're thinking, are we truly raising young people who are leaders of tomorrow? Join me. Let's talk about this. 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951 for calls. Now, for text or WhatsApp messages, you can send that to 0701-9339-962. That is 0701 9339962. I saw this report sometime in August. It's an editorial, and I'm going to read this. It was to commemorate International Youth Day, which is celebrated every August 12. And of course, to draw attention to youth-related issues and their potential worldwide. Now, this year's theme was local youth action for the SDGs and beyond. It emphasized the transformative role of young people in translating the sustainable development goals into local realities. Now, it has become a cliche to say, now this is an editorial I'm going to read, that youth are the backbone of every nation, as they are the largest and most active population. Now, the United Nations defines the youth as an individual between the age bracket of 15 and 24 years, while the African Union gives a broader definition as an individual who falls between between the age bracket of 15 and 35 years. Now, based on Nigeria's National Youth Policy 2019 to 2023, a youth is an individual who falls between the age range of 15 and 29. Either way, the global youth population continues to rise, with the 2020 World Youth Report revealing 1.2 billion young people aged 15 to 24 years, accounting for 16% of the global population. Now, it is no surprise that Nigeria, with its high birth rate and rapid population growth, fits into the top 8 countries with the youngest people and the highest in Africa, according to the UN. Now, unfortunately, a large population of Nigeria's youth are unemployed, lack access to quality education and basic skills. Many have found solace in drugs and criminality to the extent that the youth have become more of a liability than an asset. It sometimes appears as though Nigeria's successive governments have been aloof to the needs and desires of its youth population. Or even with the National Youth Policy, which has gone through periodic reviews to capture new and existing realities that affect youth, there has been little to show in terms of effective and coordinated execution of the policy. Now, the National Youth Policy vision is clear that it aims to develop Nigerian youth with equal opportunities so as to realize their dreams and aspirations, irrespective of their background, and living in a space and secure environment that would optimize their contributions to national development. This beautifully crafted vision is far from actualization, either due to gap in government youth engagement or a disconnect between what is written on paper as policy with its execution. No doubt, from technological startups to entrepreneurships, sports and entertainment, Nigerian youth make for a vibrant workforce, and when properly harnessed, can propel the economy. They have proven that with the right atmosphere, timely support and encouragement, they can become a powerful asset for the country. However, to harness the youth potential, there must be equal and accessible opportunities for all youth, irrespective of social classes, orientations, and communities. Without a highly educated, enlightened, and engaged youth population, the vision to drive social change could be lost. Therefore, access to basic education must be paramount, and youth must be encouraged to become tech savvy, while those who have no interest in furthering formal education must be equipped with technical and creative skills. Just as Nigeria's young talents in sport and entertainment industries have become global sensations and made the country proud, the country must create an enabling sports and creative industry that can scout for and inspire local talent. With the right mentorship from genuine leaders who are willing to relinquish power and pass on the torch, Nigeria's future can be secured. Now, this year's International Youth Day, calling for local youth action for the SDGs and beyond, is vital as it encourages youth participation in community development, especially since each of the 17 SDGs are tied to social development. Without the youth, it becomes difficult to drive and sustain community projects because the youth can serve as protectors of society. They can manage and protect community facilities and provide fresh and innovative perspectives to decision making. They must not just be viewed as beneficiaries of government projects, but active partners and drivers of the SDGs. So we therefore call for better coordination between the federal, state, private and non-governmental organizations on youth engagements and actions in Nigeria. Any strategy on the country's youth agenda must be guided by the National Youth Policy, which at the moment needs to be reviewed by the Federal Ministry of Youth Development. It is equally important to sustain interventions by assessing how far the last National Youth Policy has gone in achieving its set goals and how the reviewed version will take the vision further. Now, states and local government are advised to revive community and youth centers and make them more active, engaging and accessible to everyone. These centers can serve as technical, sports and entertainment hubs that can draw raw talent from the grassroots. Nigeria's youth must no longer be viewed as bystanders in governance. They must be given the opportunities to get involved and be allowed to use their voices to demand urgent action in employment, education, health, gender equality, security, and the rest of the SDGs.
SDGs. You can find this editorial on Daily Trust. Nigeria Youth Deserve Better, published Thursday, 14th of August, Thursday, 14th August 2025. Right. And it's an editorial by Abel Augustine, credited to him. But I just wanted to read this out, to buttress the point of the youth involvement in, not just in anything, but in leadership and in governance, stating the existing factors, maybe existing challenges that are just there. So why you say that we have the future of tomorrow, you want to look at if the system already existing creates that room for these future leaders of tomorrow. You're looking at that. You're also looking at if the atmosphere or if the young people that you're seeing are truly ready for such engagement. If they are truly ready for such engagement. Now, this administration has done a number of things for young people, from NELFund to I think there's the NYIF. It's Nigeria Youth Future Fund, Nigerian Youth Future Fund. I don't know how that is accessible for young people and how they can benefit from that. Maybe you may want to look that up and how you can benefit. I know that there are concerns about, are we truly going to benefit from some of these schemes? Does it matter to us? What benefits would we gain, or what would we benefit rather from these schemes? Is it not for a particular sect? I know there are concerns like that, but you may want to check that, because we have had the Minister of Youth Development, that's Ayodele Oluwanda, reaffirm his commitment to young people youth development, that the Nigerian government is committed to empowering young people through innovative programs, inclusive policies, and strategic partnerships. Every time these are talked about, but in reality, do you see a teeming population that are working towards this sort of involvement in governance, right? Do you see that happening? Or the National Youth Investment Fund, that's a target to women and youth with disabilities. How many young people access this? But apart some of these interventions by government for young people, you want to look at inclusiveness. How inclusive are young people in governance? And do you see a population of young people who are truly interested in governance or leadership positions? This year's theme for the Youth Day talks about young people involving in community projects that can help communities. If we have young people who are interested in these projects, whether it's a water project, it's a health project, we're looking at climate issues that are addressing climate issues, educational issues. We have some individuals, young people, who are targeting less privileged children who are living with disabilities, children who have poor access to education or even funding for education, and helping on an individual basis. But intellectually, physically, educationally, mentally, are we raising, or is the society, the system, raising the kind of young people that we need in 10 years, in 20 years, in 30 years, considering, remember, that this population forms over 60 to 70% of Nigeria's population, the young people from 30 down. Maybe 18 to 30 or 18 to 29. UN says 15 to 29. Do we see a system that is raising that kind of population, that kind of teeming youth to take up leadership position? Do we see that happening? Or send a text message to 07, text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. It's Cruise Control on Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people. Now you can also call 0810-9510-951. What do you think about Nigeria's young population, and how are they being prepared for governance? And back to states, right? States, because I think we should bring it down to states, to state level, community level. But what
initiatives do states have? When you're looking at River State, for an instance, what initiative does it have to carry the young people, this teeming population, along? What are the strategies put in place, especially to reduce unemployment, to reduce insecurity, to reduce youth involvement in either cultism, kidnapping, drugs, abuse of drugs? I mean, it's an idle mind that can get involved in certain things, or sometimes it's the opposite. But then, considering that we have this teeming population, what is River State doing to ensuring that, its youthful population are, a whole lot more part of the system, governance, and then building these young people effectively for governance? Because we're going to be looking at a situation, some people may say, where we have a lot of our young people tilting towards sports, entertainment. We have a lot of young people in tech, leadership and all. But because of the wave of social media, because of the wave of entertainment, and then the creative industry, you may not think that it's a disadvantage. Maybe some other person thinks that it is. That, yes, the creative industry is a great one. But then we want more. We may want more, or want some young people to also concentrate in certain areas. Policies, governance, leadership. Do you see us having that kind of population in Nigeria doing all of that? We would extend this. I mean, next week where we have a lot more young people gathered, we want to be able to bring this down to them and ask, what are your areas of interest? What do you intend to do for the country? Why Nigeria? Why would you want to leave? We've had shows here where the young people say, I don't want to stay. If I have the opportunity, I am leaving. So we have a lot of, immigration. Remember, we said that when I started the introduction. So the Jabba syndrome is there. And we have young people too who are highly placed in certain key sectors in the country, like education, health sector, and where those sectors are witnessing brain drain, and young people are leaving. A lot of young people are leaving. While we may say, we're also seeing people come back, Jabada, come back to fatherland. But then we have these young people leaving. So does it mean that, these structures are not being put in place, or the country is not doing well enough to accommodate its young people efficiently, so they can participate actively in an economy that makes them proud in every sense? You're giving out service, you're rendering service, and you're getting value for whatever service that you're rendering. So apart the joy to do the job, apart the joy or the fulfillment or the passion, whatever you have to do the job that you do you feel fulfilled at the end of the day doing it? Because something is coming in return. You may begin to analyze a lot of challenges that Nigeria faces, and why its youth population can never be taken out from these challenges or some of these concerns. However, are we really truly raising leaders of tomorrow? These young people, are they truly the future of tomorrow? This may just be a thought you brood on. Right, think about it and answer in your car, in your house. Ask your children. Look at the young people around you, and just make that analysis, and you may come up with your answers. Well, it's been Cruise Control on Today 95.1 FM. The cruise team. Sometimes they decide to go party and they say, Queen, you're going to do this alone. But next week is not going to be like that. We're going to have a full house with young people talking young people stuff. We may continue from this or a new topic depending on what's trending, what's on the news, or what we're able to come up with. But never miss a Cruise Control show, because it's Cruise Control all the way. Young people talking about young people stuff. My name is Queen Chima. 9 o'clock Sunday Family Special. We're talking about something very important. I have my guest Daniel Washington coming. I don't want you to miss that. 10 o'clock, the world news, and afterwards we'll play some sponsored programs here on this dial. It's Today 95.1 FM. Do stay with us. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose giving because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Wetin dey happen late?
They say wahala dey finish.
Na this one wahala be like bicycle. They just dey quick.
Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Na for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, Bomkwem. Na here you go hear wetin dey happen for Naija and obodo the world. Na that time wey we dey bring you ogbonge tori dem wey go shock you. You go wonder say na person do like this. Na so we dey bring am come give you as e dey hot.
Now where we dey find way to sweep this country? Don't run. You go stay abroad. You dey chapa. You say this one. No worry. When time I reach, I will say I want to take. Let's see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gate for them. I me go be gate man at that time for airport.
Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God Ike Nwachukwu and MC Kuro for wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman dey chop our recharge card woto. I don dey tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy wetin dey happen. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss am at all.
Minutes past 9, and we'll just take this commercial and then we'll get back to Sunday Family Special.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Countryman, correct, bakelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine we pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ubarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special end-of-the-year promo package. This end-of-the-year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This end-of-the-year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system as a result of invasion of Staphylococcus bacteria into the body system. Staphylococcal bacteria are of three different important ones. There is Staphylococcus saprophyticus, there is Staphylococcus aureus, and Staphylococcus epidermidis. Staphylococcus epidermidis is seen on body layers, that is on the skin. It doesn't cause any challenge if immunity is not compromised. But if immunity is compromised, it can result to skin challenges like boils, blisters, and other problems. Staphylococcus saprophyticus can be found easily in the alimentary canal. But if there is no challenge or immunity being compromised, it can live with the body system without causing any problem. The last one, which do attack the body system of human beings, is Staphylococcus aureus. When Staphylococcus aureus is allowed to thrive, whether as a result of immunity being compromised, definitely it is possible for it to pose a serious challenge to the body system. Many things can lower the immunity, part of which can be infections that have stayed too long in the body system, can also lower body's immunity. Malnutrition can lower body's immunity, and at times stress, starvation, and other things can make immunity to become very lowered to the extent that organisms that are able to live in the body system without causing any challenge will now start posing challenge to the body system. Don't forget that drug abuse also have a lot to play under this condition. And when staphylococcal infections are able to thrive in the body system, there can be burning sensation that will be seen as internal heat. There can be serious night sweat that can start draining the body system, and you discover that you start emaciating, you start losing weight. It is possible, as you have lost volumes of water, to affect the blood volume. As a man, the ability of a man to satisfy his woman will disappear from that. When infections are able to thrive in the body system, nerves can be damaged. And when they are damaged, there can be loss of desire for opposite sex in a man that we call poor libido. Under that condition, definitely inability of a man to satisfy his partner has entered. Not only this, when staphylococcal infections are able to stay in the body system for longer period of time, they tend to open window for other infections to thrive as immunity is lowered. And that is why it is possible for one to have repeated boils. It is possible for one to have pimple-like eruptions. Some can even have boils all over the body from the head to toe as a result of manifestations that they get from lowered immunity. And that's why we do tell us that whenever we experience anything that are similar to this, it is very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one on the root cause of the challenge and way out to be totally free. And that's why we're saying that in the face of challenges that have to do with staphylococcal infection, it is very important for one to avoid self-medication. Ensure that you are being monitored and given directives to get out of the challenge early enough. As staphylococcal infections can pose challenges in men, the same challenges can be witnessed in women, part of which can be burning sensation or movement in the body system, and a situation where one will start losing water, leading to loss of weight. In fact, if any infection is able to thrive very well in the body system, the whole immunity can be affected. Hormonal system can also change, leading to serious challenges that can even lead to infertility, whether primary or secondary, in women, as the case may be. If one is faced with anything related to what we have mentioned or other things, it is very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one on the root cause of the challenge and way out to be totally free. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For further inquiries, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special end-of-the-year promo package. This end-of-the-year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. At number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct, bekelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket, full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Obarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggest possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special end-of-the-year promo package. This end-of-the-year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you so much for still staying with us. It's Sunday Family Special on this dial. On this program, we talk about issues that concerns the family. Marriage is what institutes a family. So if a man and a woman don't come together to have children or to build a family, you wouldn't have one. So sometimes when we talk about the family, we talk about marriage, just intertwined, discussing issues concerning that institution. On this show that runs every Sunday 9 to 10, we usually have guests that we talk to and then get your opinion on very pertinent issues. So you learn, you interact, you ask questions, you relearn, you giving your thoughts on the show, because it's not just our guests talking, it's also you talking. I think we will have two guests today, one virtually and one expecting Daniel Washington. He will be in the studio very soon and I'll be talking to them. Well, it's just that they're both male, no balance at all, but I mean, I'll be the woman just talking to them. So we're going to be looking at marriage today, transaction or partnership. Marriage today, transaction or partnership. I mean, a lot of things happen. A lot of things are happening these days that make people ask that question, especially as regards if marriage has turned into what it's not. Is it transactional or a partnership? And I'd like my guests to give responses to that, and also like you to get into the conversation at some point, ask your questions before we wrap up on the show. And what exactly is a partnership and what exactly is a transaction? So some people agree that, hey, it's a transaction. So it is a transactional partnership. Some people say it's a partnership, but then we'll get to find out what it is a while. We'll be expecting Daniel Washington to come to the studio. I have joined me virtually Chimezi Agoro. Thank you so much for joining me on the show. Good evening.
Good evening, Chima.
Yeah.
Queen Chima. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really do appreciate. So let's begin from this immediately. What do you think is the true purpose of marriage? Is it a partnership, a transaction, or both? Transaction, partnership, or both? Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. So first off, I think marriage is partnership. So if it becomes a transaction, I think there is a problem, because making transaction the sole purpose of deciding to spend the rest of your life with someone on its own is a flawed thought, right? So partnership in its sense. I wouldn't want to say partnership in its sense can actually result in something beautiful that eventually benefits both parties. And when you say transaction, I want to believe that we are talking about financial gains, correct?
Yes, that's an aspect, and that's an aspect to it.
Okay, so let me just understand before I go further. When you say transactional, do you mean financial gains or something else?
Economic reasons and all, yeah.
Oh, okay, exactly. So what I'm trying to say in essence is marriage on its own it has to be a partnership, 100% full blown, 100%. There is nothing. It's not supposed to be transactions or financial gains or economic gains is not supposed to be the forefront of anybody's thoughts when choosing a life partner. Because while I also believe that it is okay for everybody to get married to whomever they want to get married to for whatsoever reason, right? But I actually do think that when you decide to get into marriage for the wrong reasons, let's say for instance for the economic gains, right? What is going to happen when you eventually acquire all of that to yourself? So I'm going to give you an instance. So marriage is a forever thing, right? It's a forever thing until death do both parties part, right? Now imagine a situation where you get married to someone for, let's say, financial gains, right? And this is somebody that you know for sure that you're not attracted to, right? So you're going to get to a point in the marriage where, those financial gains eventually come to you, right? Where you eventually get all of the things that you have hoped for. I mean, in the economic sense of it, getting into the marriage. You're going to get all of those things. And then you start realizing that marriage goes beyond that. Because I used to say that, I think marriage should be an extension of friendship, right? So you see someone who you are friends with. When you eventually get married to this person, marriage is eventually going to end at some point. When marriage ends, friendship continues. That's the truth of the matter. Ask married people, they are going to tell you that you get to a point in marriage where it's no longer marriage. Those things that give you butterflies in your belly, those things that excite you about marriage, you have enjoyed almost all of them, right? And then it feels like there is not more for you in that marriage. That is when friendship is going to carry you through. But if you eventually get into a marriage relationship because of economic gains, right? So it's even going to end faster. So you eventually get what you're looking for. So what exactly happens next? When you eventually get into it like that, you know for sure that it is not built on friendship. And every marriage has shown that marriage, quote unquote, is going to end at some point, then friendship continues. So if it is transactional, based on economic gains, like I've been saying all along, if it is transactional and based on economic gains, when that ends, what is going to carry you through the duration of the marriage? So I was speaking to my friend one day, and I said, imagine a situation where you are married to somebody and you are praying for the person to die so that you can leave the marriage, because it is actually a till death do us part kind of situation. So yeah. So I completely believe it has to be based on partnership.
Yeah. So
partnership in the sorry.
Yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
the reason we're having this conversation is because these days, especially in Nigeria, the show is Sunday Family Special, and we know that to build great families, the intention for marriage has to be identified for a lot of people. And these days, we hear transaction a lot. We hear that a lot of people are transactional about marriages, especially, financial reasons, yes, economic reasons, yes, but there seem to be a strategic planning of who to get married to. I'll give you an instance. So a man says, I want to get married in the Nigerian setting, right? I want to get married to someone in the medical profession, say a nurse. And then his plan is so that she can leave the country and I can also live with her, or she can leave the country for greener pastures and then she earns better. So some people are looking at people's career to determine if they get married to them, their families to determine if they get married to them, the kind of money that or resources that they have access to get married to them, and a number of other factors. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So for some people, it's a balance. Yes, there's partnership, but there's a transaction part of it that is in you systematically planning your structures that should make the kind of marriage that you want to work.
Yeah, I get that. That's absolutely fine. Remember when I started, I said that I believe everybody's allowed to get married to whomever they want to get married to for whatsoever reason, right? However, so let me try to explain to you why I think this is relatively flawed, correct? So say, for instance, there are certain things, and this is actually one of the reasons why a lot of people get into marriage, and I think it's one of the major reasons why infidelity thrives in a lot of marriages that we see today. So you see people so I'm going to give an instance. I believe that everybody who wants to get married should be attracted to each other, right? Because there has to be that connection in a sexual sense. That's what I believe, right? There has to be that connection in the sexual sense for people to get married, so that they can also enjoy sex in marriage and also have basically healthy sex, enjoy it, and then it has a way of bonding people when they are married, right? Now, imagine a situation where you put a lot of other things first, away from companionship, friendship, attraction, and whatnot. Because people are supposed to complement people in marriage. That's also something I believe. You're supposed to marry someone who complements you, right? Now, you put these things second, and then you want to get married to a nurse. I know that happens a lot. So people in the US, for instance, they want to get married and they say they want to get married to a nurse, so you can earn well and all of those things. So they are not even considering if they are really attracted to this person, if they are compatible with this person, if this person complements them and whatnot, right? So you eventually get married to the nurse. Beautiful nurse comes to the US, is working as a nurse and making a lot of money. So that is guaranteed for you. You have achieved that part. But then there is another part of the marriage that doesn't pay attention to these things that you paid attention to. So say, for instance, the attraction, right? Then you that's when it dawns on you that you're not really attracted to this person, because you can't even have a healthy sexual relationship with your partner. Then it becomes a problem. And then that is exactly when infidelity begins to sow a seed in that marriage. So you have a wife at home. You love the fact that this wife is, would I call it a transactional wife right now? But you love the fact that this wife, just to the same instance you gave, is a nurse and working and making a lot of money. However, you don't find yourself enjoying sex with your wife. You don't find your wife satisfying you sexually. You don't find your wife attractive enough to even want to get sexual with her. Right?
Okay.
You guys are married. Then, for some very weird reasons, you find yourself as a man deciding to look outside to, satisfy that sexual desire and urge. Because no matter how you want to see it, everybody has it, right? Everybody has it. There is always going to be a sexual desire. Most people are when you're married, right? Okay. However, if your partner cannot satisfy that sexual desire, then it begins to, problems begin to emanate from there. So that's exactly one of the ways that, I think infidelity is one of the fastest ways to kill any marriage. So when that begins to happen, find out that even the marriage that you have been working for, trying to get a nurse, join you in the US and make a lot of money, you might eventually lose it after a couple of years.
Okay.
So why exactly do you get into it?
Okay.
In the first place.
Yes, I think I'd enjoy this pair and another female from next week. So I know Daniel Washington has said to me that he it would be nice to have more people talking about these family issues. Chibezi Agoro, we have Daniel Washington. He just came into the studio, so you're still here with us virtually. Daniel Washington just came into the studio. Good evening, Daniel Washington. It's good to have you.
Good evening, Queen. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I've been speaking to Chimezi Agoro. He's giving his perspective.
Yeah, I've been listening.
You've been listening,
Beautiful.
Yes. He's giving his perspective to transaction and partnership. So I would ask you, partnership or transactional? Is that what marriage should be?
Mm-hmm. As I was listening to him speak, he was making a lot of sense. All right, but then again, not to contradict him, I concur with virtually everything he's been saying. Of course, partnership. Yeah, partnership. In fact, collaboration. Partnership, collaboration. But in the olden days, the royal family married for some levels of partnership. So you find the king of a particular domain or region give his daughter in marriage to another king. So if you read deeper about those days' marriage, you'd find out that one of the major reasons why all of those things happened was because they needed to expand their territory. They needed to expand their kingdom. Hence the reason for such kind of agreement. All right, so I have a single daughter. You have a single son. Let us see how we can handshake our kingdoms and see what we can build together. Now, I'm from the Ahoda East extraction. I have some neighboring communities around me, like Elele, Alimini, big and small Elele. I have Emoha. Okay. Now, history available to us has it that some of our women got married and got pregnant for the Ikwere extraction. Vice versa. Of course, the men too impregnated their women from the Ikwere extraction. Hence the reason why from my region, our language is not Ikwere, our language is Ekpeye. But you see, we answer names like Chijoke, Chinedu. Now, it puts a question mark. Do we marry for transaction? Rather than say transaction, I would say what I've always said. We marry for purpose.
Okay.
All right. We marry for purpose, not transaction. Because, you know, even beyond transaction, there are people who marry for contract. In law of contracts, in the legal profession, there's what is called intention to create legal relationship. There's even what they call contractual agreements. In other words, there are marriages that happen to be contractual agreements. The both parties sit down and say, okay, we'll be married for 4 years. In these 4 years, you would give me 2 children. And after the 2 children, I would leave the marriage. I'll take 1 child, you take 1 child. I've had experience, I've heard stuff like that. But in the actual sense, what it's supposed to be, how it's supposed to be, is that you marry for partnership. You partner in marriage.
So marriage should be for partnership.
You partner in marriage.
You partner in marriage, or marriage should be for partnership?
You partner in marriage.
Okay. What's the difference?
Okay, I'll answer you. When you say marriage is for partnership, it means that we want to achieve an objective.
Okay.
All right. We are coming together to achieve the objective. When you say we marry for purpose, we have found something in common that would guarantee us fulfillment. We are coming together to achieve it. Most of the times, partnership can be self-centered or self-driven or ambitious. Some of the times, not most of the times. Some of the times, it can carry some levels of, it can carry undertones of personal interest. But I found that I posted something in my WhatsApp status this afternoon, and I said, selfish interest is one of the biggest things that spoil a thriving relationship, and of course, even marriage. So suffice me to say, we marry for purpose. Of course, partnership is part of marriage.
Okay. Chimezi Agoro, these days people talk about marriages in Nigeria and they say it's transactional. I don't know what level you pick up that from. I don't know what your observations have been or is. Do you think that we have a lot of transactional marriages? I mean, from the definition that you gave when we started in Nigeria now, do you think that a lot of families are built on transactions?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. Because I have actually noticed the level of decadence in the society, most especially in the relationship and the marriage scene. Um, you find a lot of people saying, I also saw, I don't know if the WhatsApp status Daniel Washington is talking
Yes,
about
I
is the one you
reposted.
also.
I reposted it. Yes.
Exactly. Exactly. So I read it and I laughed, and I just concur to it 100% and absolutely. Right. So yeah, I don't know if it's an infatuation, or a lot of people are exposed to social media these days, and then it feels like they want to replicate everything they see on social media, forgetting the fact that social media is not the real space, right? And I wouldn't want to mention names, but for sure we know that it's looking like a marriage is a ladder out of a lot of things for a lot of women. And then, sincerely speaking, I know I wouldn't want to
A lot of
exaggerate the
women.
men.
A lot of women.
Yes,
Women.
Daniel watched a lot of women.
A
a lot
lot
of
of
women.
women.
How about men?
A lot of
A
women.
lot of women.
A lot of women.
Okay, go on, please.
Instance, just for someone in the US wants to. I have experienced it to me, did that kind of thing, and he's been married. Yes. So you find out that it's a thing in the system, or most especially for the girls. However, I do not have a problem, whatever reason, because I always say that everybody is entitled to their opinion and the reason for getting married to whomever they want to get married to. But when the result of the somersault surfaces, please make sure that you dance to it alone and you handle it on your own. You don't have to involve us in any of your issues.
Okay. Thank you, Chirizi. Daniel Washington. For families that have been built on transactions, what's the health of that? Can you do an overview of the health of that kind of family? I mean, I'd like us to open the phone line shortly. We'll continue this conversation next week. We'll build on it and continue next week, because I don't think we can exhaust everything this week. So what's like the health of that family, if you're doing an overview of that kind of family that's built on transactions? Because I mean, some people think, oh, that's it. I saw a post and someone said he thinks it's flawed, that I want to get married and see my wife on podiums and get to clap for her. That's the kind of woman I want to be with. You have to be an ambitious woman, else I will not get married to you. If you cannot appear on podiums where you're speaking to a large crowd and I sit somewhere and say, that's my wife, I don't know. So someone said it's flawed and a wrongest definition of ambition, because you have a lot of women who are successful but may not stand on podiums to speak to people. So, but if a marriage is transactional and that family has started and is building, how would you describe the health of that family?
First of all, you can stand in podiums and still be senseless. Yes, you can stand in podiums and still speak publicly and have character flaw. Standing and having crazy exposure, like amazing exposure, doesn't translate into solid mental health. It doesn't mean you have good character. The problem is we have a lot of people who really do not know what marriage is. So when you don't know what it originally is, you would now begin to see it as a misplaced priority. Just like you asked the question with respect to what's the health of the marriage built on transaction. You've already said it now. They'll be taking typhoid and malaria medication. That's what it is, because the moment the interest that was considered in the memorandum of understanding is being exhausted, or they are unable, or the one party or partner is unable to meet up with the other, you don't end your marriage now. But that's not what marriage is. See, transactional marriages is the reflection of society's decadence. It's the reflection of how low society has become. I've constantly said it on air that society doesn't have a mother, society doesn't have a father, society is an orphan. And it's sincerely sad that an orphan is trying to advise someone with father and mother how to date and how to get married. And is that sad? All right. So the moment you begin to think about transaction, first of all, what is transaction? Transaction is what will I get in return?
You think people should not think of what they get in return to get married?
No.
They shouldn't. So
No.
what should be their mindset? Is there any venture that you don't think about what you get, even marriage? Because if you think about, are you saying that people don't subtly say, "Oh, this lady is industrious. That's why I would get married to her," alongside other things? Or this lady is doing well for herself. That's why I'll get married to her. Or this man is
the yardstick. There are yardsticks. Okay, there are yardsticks we use as a measure to make our choices. We can refer to those yardsticks as transactional.
Okay.
When we speak of the word transactional, we are saying that the reason why we are doing this is for this. However, let me put a balance to this. It's part of the reason why we always speak so much about dating relationship. Marriage is a journey. Marriage is a journey of complementing fulfillment. All right. You're coming together to assist him to get fulfilled. And with the cause of assisting and helping him, you also get fulfilled. All right. The problem now is what happens when you don't get fulfilled. That's what we're talking about here. But when we say transactional, you can tell me that marriage is an investment. I would relatively begin to look in that light, okay? Because I found out that every woman's patience towards a man, it's an investment. Every woman's endurance towards a man is an investment, okay? You guys stayed in a self-contained when you got married. If 10 years down the line you are still in a self-contained, the woman's joy will begin to dry up. Because for her to move in with a self-contained is because she believed in you. Now, is self-contained bad? It's a good starter. But the truth of the matter is that you are permitted to start small, but don't stay small. So, but when you begin to stay small and you've plateaued, that's the word. If you've settled for smallness, she would see herself as someone who has made mistakes. All right? She would see herself as one who did not venture into a worthy investment. And it's part of the reason, because of the deception, because of the hypocrisy, because of the pretense. It's part of the reason why a couple of persons, male and female alike, have come to say, let us enter into a contract. Let us transaction. So we're going to do this for 4 years. If you go to the West, it's everywhere in the West. Okay. The records have it that they don't constitute for a good model for a long-lasting marriage. However, the records also have it that Africa has records of the most long-lasting marriage on earth. You will hear marriages of 40 years, you will hear marriage of 50 years, you hear marriages of 55, 60 years. But over there, you hear marriages of 9 months, you hear marriages of 6 weeks, you hear marriages of, I can't do again. I don't know, there's a footballer whose name is Hakimi. Okay, so he got a girlfriend, and the girl, we didn't know she had an intention to get married to him and divorce him, because over there is 70-30 sharing formula. So the lady gets to profit even more than the husband, even when she brought nothing to the table financially. So she did not know. Hakimi happens to be a famous footballer in France. She did not know that all the properties, the cars Hakimi bought for her, he bought it in the name of his mother. He bought the properties, every property, everything, even their account, everything she bought, he did everything in the name of his mother. So when she found out that Hakimi is now a big boy, it's now It's not yes backstory. It's like Google Hakimi. Everybody knows Hakimi. Some guys even use it. I'll Hakimi you. You know that kind of thing. Fast forward a few months or years down the line, she files for divorce, and then she's demanding for 70-30. And when it was time for the sharing, the court stated clearly Hakimi doesn't have any property to his name. That was how she lost everything. And guess what? A lady who had a transactional motive lost her marriage because of her interest. So when we talk about transaction, most of the times we talk about what we want to get, the interest, what we want to get as a result of what we are putting in. Do you know that? I don't know if you get what I'm saying. That's not, yes, we know that marriage is an investment, but marriage is the coming together of two imperfect people for a journey that they believe would consider as a very huge fulfillment for the both parties. Because if one party is not fulfilled and the other is fulfilled, then you would not be satisfied. It's the fulfillment of the both parties. And suffice me to say that it's a selfless journey. It's a selfless journey. It is me thinking about you and you thinking about me and we thinking about us for our dreams to find fulfillment. Not you telling me you are doing this because we have entered into an agreement that this is what you will get in return. So in the circumstance where you don't get what you requested in return, which served as a basis for you to get into the relationship or marriage, you have to pull off. There is no turning back. The grounds on which we have to turn back on marriage is things like domestic violence. It's things like when your life is being threatened. Okay, all of these things, but that's like towards the end. But when we talk about marriage, marriage is not what you do hit and run. That's why we always say it's not for children. It's not boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. One of my friends posted something today on WhatsApp status. So she posted macho guy, all the biceps and all of that. And when I tell you people that nobody can touch me in Port Harcourt, you think I'm joking. Look at my cousin, look at my brother. And I just sent her a WhatsApp. I said, you're not serious. For someone who's married like me and you're saying all of those things, money can buy biceps, money can buy the chest and all of those things, but money cannot buy character. All right, money cannot buy good mannerism. Money cannot buy the intangible. All right, and that is the intangible values are the things that make for a healthy marriage and relationship. But it's so sad. It's sincerely so sad that what we want to use to drive the cause of a successful marriage are tangibles.
All right, Chimezie, we'll pick up on this conversation next week, and I want Chimezie and Daniel Washington still on this call. I hope that your schedules allow you. These days, where we have people asking, "What do you bring to the table?" Right? I don't know what you think about that phrase. In a few minutes before we even take a commercial wrap up, so is that not what Daniel Washington just highlighted? the decadence of society. You said that earlier too, and also the realities, maybe economic realities of Nigeria. But we are hearing. I'm sure you've heard the phrase, "What do you bring to the table?" Is that phrase transactional? Or it's just, it's just something put out there on social media that shows that someone has to expect something from marriage?
So I think that question is not even supposed to be asked in a relationship first off. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go on, please.
Yeah, so I think first off, the question is not even supposed to be asked because why are you asking? You're supposed to see it for yourself. If you ask me what I bring to the table and I tell you 10 billion naira, how are you going to confirm that I have 10 billion naira in my account? Doesn't make sense. So asking what do you bring to the table doesn't make sense. It even goes to show that, you have not been able to ascertain who you have been working with or who you have been talking to over a period of time. Because I tell people when I speak to them about relationship, because like I said, a relationship is in 3 phases. So there has to be the knowing phase, there has to be the friendship phase before the relationship phase. So it is in the knowing phase that you get to know this person. You don't need to ask, you don't come on a date and you're asking what do you bring to the table. It sounds so stupid, sincerely speaking. I'm sorry I'm using, that language on the radio. How can you come on a date and the question you get to ask is, what do you bring to the table? Okay, I bring 10 billion naira. How are you going to verify that? Right? So what I'm trying to say is the question is not even supposed to be asked. That is for you to ascertain. when you get to know this person, when you get to become friends with this person, before even getting into a relationship with this person, you know exactly what this person has to offer. And then that's where the compatibility conversation, the complementing conversation now comes in. Because I wouldn't want to say, because this conversation is a little dicey, right? But when you're choosing a partner, you always have to consider compatibility, and you also have to consider the ability of your partner to complement you in certain ways. One of the things that I sincerely look out for is growth. So I keep saying that it is one thing to not know and understand. First off, you have to realize it that you don't know, and then accept that you don't know. Then be open to learning, be open to growing, right? So it is a lot of things that you can pick from here, there, and put it together. But what I'm trying to say in essence is the question is not supposed to be asked. If you have gone through these phases and you have done what you're supposed to do, be present, ask the right questions, have the right conversations, then you will not have any reason to ask, what do you bring to the table? Because till today, nobody has been able to answer that question. That tells you that it's not even supposed to be a question in the first place.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be a question. So what I'm trying to say is you take your time. It's a question you answer for yourself. And then that, informs your decision to or not to want to be with the person in question. So yeah, that's it.
All right. We just have a minute before we take a commercial.
I sincerely agree with him.
Yeah.
Okay. You cannot get what you should get from relating through asking questions.
Okay.
What do you bring to the table? That kind of question you find out through relating. You don't find out by asking the person, because the person can lie. It's likened to a quantitative method of research and a qualitative method of research. You don't use questionnaires in a relationship. You use qualitative conversations to find out things in a relationship.
Wow. So we'll pick up on this conversation. Please, Daniel Washington and Chimezi Aguro.
We need a lady.
We need a lady.
Yes,
okay, we need a woman.
lady.
I'll try and get someone too, please. I don't know what your schedules are, but I hope that you consider coming on the show next week Sunday. I'd also look for a woman to come on the show so we can continue and also get our listener be part of this. We had a commercial to play, and then we had two guests. So putting all of this together, trust me, we're continuing this conversation next week. Transactional marriage, partnership marriage. What is it? And we'll also look at why we are seeing a lot of transactional marriages these days and how it affects the kind of families that we are building. That's our show on Sunday Family Special. Thank you so much, Daniel Washington, for coming. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Chimezi, thank you so much for coming on the show. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
All right, we'll take a commercial.
I'm sharing this conversation with you.
All right. We'll take a commercial now. 10 o'clock, the world news. I am Queen Chima. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this infomercial.
My good people of River State, I welcome una to this program where Champion Herbal for Men don't package for una. Today we get guests for the studio.
We be the chief consultant for Champions Herbal for Men.
She there to follow us yarn on the better things where root and herb they do for man. But before I go enter that side, I won't let una know say Champions Herbal don't lap for Pitakwa and their office there for 62 Ikwere Road, my 2 Dio Port Harcourt,
Egede Junction.
Or better still, if you take bus to Emenike Junction and then bring us for our phone number, will be 0816 920 2525. I will call them again 0816 920 2525. Now to our guest today inside the studio with us, I greet you specially.
I greet all my people for River State. Now maybe chief consultant for Champion Herbal for Men.
So make I ask the chief consultant for Champions Herbal for Men. What do you get for the people where they listen to you right now as you talk?
We dey only manage one problem, and that problem na erectile dysfunction. No worry, I go explain am. What did this one mean na say, as a man, you no fit to perform your manly duty. You no fit do duty as senior man. Before, you dey do up to 5 to 7 push-up, but now you no even fit to do one complete. You do press up, yeah, you don tire. Your madam sef no come happy again at all. Or na situation wey be say you no dey get the feeling when you enter the other room, so 1 minute light don off. Weakness and tiredness every time na wetin you dey complain.
I get another question wey I wan ask you. Wetin be the possible causes of this ailment?
Now, most of the things wey dey cause this palava na dirty, old infection, na still part of wetin go fit cause this thing wey dey affect men. Sugar level and stress also, e fit cause the thing wey dey make this thing dey affect man, wey be say man no fit do im duty. So this thing wey we dey talk about today, na these things dem go fit affect am.
How person go fit know when he don contact this sickness, and wetin be the thing wey him eye suppose dey see wey him go use know say this thing don dey im body o?
When you get this problem, you go begin to dey experience joint pain for inside of your body. This thing go dey make you no go dey comfortable at all. Comfort go comot from you. Na so you go dey piss every time. That one dem say na abnormal urine. Every time you dey go piss. Na something you go dey experience when e be say your this thing no dey work well as man. Another one be say the man he no go dey interested again for the things wey dey happen for the other room. Inside of our office like this, we go run test for you to know wetin really cause this thing, and the test na free o.
Thank you very much, the chief consultant for Champions Herbal for Men. If he no be champion, then he no be champion at all.
Hey, shey una know, shey una hear, shey una sabi say Baba Champion for Men na ogbonge man for men matters o. Baba Champion for Men be licensed herbal practitioner wey man body dey see arrange wella. We dey welcome you make you come our office come see the gadget ways wey our forefathers use root and herbs to maintain healthy living, especially for men o. Make you know say herbs na from nature and dey go fit sama us with better health benefits and make our body dey kakaraka. But remember say we suppose use them the right way. This na why Baba Champion for Men dey welcome you come our office make you come see for yourself for number 62 Ikwere Road beside Egede Street, Mile 2, Diobu, Port Harcourt. And for directions and for more informatoire, make you green Baba Champion on top 0816 920 2525. I go call him again 0816 920 2525. Again 0816 920 2525.
If I speak English,
hello, my good people of River State.
Make we hear from the chief consultant for Baba Champion.
Wetin people dey find for Sokoto? We don bring am come their Sokoto. Everybody gets their area wey dem specialize put for inside of Baba Champion. Baba Champion, e no dey sleep for their own work at all o. Stop to dey go places wey no understand your palava. That thing, e fit be the reason why your problem sef e dey continue because dem no understand am. Even if we know say no condition is permanent, you get your own role to play.
Alright, una don hear am direct from the horse's mouth to be Baba Champion. I go call the phone number again, make you for right and well. 0816 920 2525. 0816 920 2525. Like I talk am before, I go talk am again. If you no be champion, then he no be champion at all. Make una
paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Queen Chima. The headlines. Atiku Abubakar slams federal government over NNPCL's 17.5 trillion naira pipeline security spending. Suspected bandits kidnap 10 in Sokoto State. Rivers State Police Command arrests 2 suspected car thieves in ongoing crackdown. The foreign scene, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu seeks presidential pardon amid long-running corruption trial. Now, the detail.
A former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has criticized the federal government over reports that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited spent 17.5 trillion naira in a single year on securing fuel pipelines, describing the development as unprecedented and alarming. Atiku made the remarks on Sunday in a statement from his media office, stressing that the revelation stands as one of the most brazen financial scandals in the nation's history. The statement compared the alleged spending to Nigeria's fuel subsidy expenditure over more than a decade. According to the statement, the Tinubu administration had channeled almost the same amount in a single year into opaque security contracts. The former vice president also questioned the Tinubu administration's justification for subsidy removal. A bride-to-be and her bridesmaid have been abducted by suspected bandits in a fresh attack on Chacho village, located in the Wonu local government area of Sokoto State. The incident took place around 1:30 a.m. on Sunday when armed men stormed the community, abducting the bride, her close friend, and 8 other residents. All the victims are women, except for one man. One person was also injured during the raid and is currently receiving medical attention. A community member who did not want his name disclosed described the incident as tragic. He said her wedding was supposed to hold on Sunday morning. Meanwhile, armed bandits have attacked a church service in Ijiba, a community in Yagba, West Local Government area of Kogi State, abducting several worshippers. The attack reportedly occurred at a newly established Cherubim and Seraphim church, according to a community-based news outlet. Church members dispersed in fear as the assailants advanced, but the church leader, popularly known as Orlando, his wife and several others were taken away during the assault. The incident triggered widespread panic as worshippers fled the church, adding to growing security concerns across parts of Kogi State. Only a day earlier, reports said another group of armed men attacked the Isanlu Makutu Idofi route in Yaba, East Local Government area, forcing residents and travelers to flee to safety. Authorities and community members said the exact number of people abducted on Sunday remains unclear, with further details still emerging. Troops of Operation Mesa under the 3 Brigade Nigerian Army have rescued 7 kidnapped victims during a late-night operation in Sanyawa local government area of Kano State. The rescue followed a distress call received at about 11 p.m. on 29th of November 2025 from residents of Yankamaya, Sikingari, who reported an attack by armed bandits. Securing sources said the troops, operating jointly with personnel of the Nigerian Air Force and the Nigerian Police, responded swiftly to the alert and confronted the attackers. However, the bandits had already killed a 60-year-old woman before the arrival of the troops. According to a statement signed by Captain Babatunde Zubairu, Assistant Director, Army Public Relations for the 3 Brigade, the forces pursued the fleeing bandits along their withdrawal route towards Rimaye. A religious leader, Tunde Bakare, has criticized Nigerian lawmakers for ignoring worsening insecurity in the country. The cleric spoke on Sunday during his State of the Nation address in Lagos. Bakare condemned the National Assembly for its lack of initiative during the crisis. He noted that President Donald Trump had used the most despicable language ever used by a world leader to describe Nigeria, which referred to Nigeria as a now disgraced country. Bakare said the government's sudden flurry of activity after Trump's remarks exposed its earlier indifference. The cleric accused Nigerian leaders of burying their heads in the sand like ostriches while remaining preoccupied with the politics of chaos instead of governance. The operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, have dismantled a social media drug network responsible for the distribution of illicit substances packaged as imported Christmas cookies and snacks in the Lekki area of Lagos State. Disclosing this in a statement on Sunday, NDLEA spokesman Femi Babafemi said 2 individuals suspected to be the masterminds behind the operation were arrested in Lagos. In a separate operation in Lagos, operatives arrested drug kingpin Philip Uchika in Ladipo, Mushin, while he was taking delivery of 110 pouches of Canadian loud weighing 55.6 kg. 3 delivery vehicles used for distribution were also impounded. At a courier company also in the state, officers intercepted 100 grams of loud concealed inside a teddy bear imported from Thailand, while 548 capsules of tramadol hidden in vitamin C and magnesium bottles bound for the United Kingdom were seized from a logistics firm. The African Democratic Congress has criticized President Bola Tinubu's new ambassadorial nominations, describing the list as a political reward scheme rather than a serious effort to repair Nigeria's damaged foreign relations. In a statement signed by its National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, the party said the nomination of Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, the immediate past chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), raises fundamental ethical concerns and further undermines an electoral body still struggling with public trust. The ADC argued that the nomination was ill-timed and damaging. The party described Yakubu's inclusion as embarrassingly insensitive, insisting that his acceptance would erase the line between those who run elections and those who benefit from them. The ADC questioned which category Yakubu falls into among the nominees. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. The River State Police Command has arrested 2 suspects car theft identified as Abubakar Abdusalam and Shagari Shehu in a sustained onslaught against car theft in the state. In a statement by the Command Public Relations Officer, Grace Iringekoko said a team of operatives from the Command's C4I Intelligence Unit, acting on credible and reliable information, arrested the suspects who were found in possession of the stolen vehicles. The statement revealed that the recovered vehicles include a white Toyota Hilux with a fake registration number and an ash color Toyota Corolla with a fake registration number, and that both vehicles are in police custody for discreet investigation. Iringekoko said the suspects are currently undergoing in-depth investigation to unravel the circumstances surrounding the theft and the suspects' involvement, saying that the operatives are working to establish the suspects' potential links to any other vehicle-related crimes in the state and arrest of other syndicate members. The statement quoted the Commissioner of Police, River State, CPO Lubenga Adepoju, commending the efforts of the operatives and appreciates the public's continued support in the fight against crime. A lecturer at the Department of Political Science, Ignatius Ajuri University of Education, Port Harcourt, Goodluck Oke, has emphasized the need for increased regional cooperation among West and Central African countries to combat bandits and insurgents. Speaking to Today FM, Oke stressed that sharing intelligence, demonstrating political will, and upgrading military hardware are crucial steps in the fight against terrorism. He also called for the retraining of security personnel to equip them with modern strategies to tackle insurgents. Oke urged citizens to cooperate with security agencies to curb the spread of criminal activities in the country.
Nigeria's border is porous and it is not guided or secured enough, despite the fact that Nigeria and this country established multinational joint task force charged with the responsibility of protecting our borders. But of course and unfortunately, they are not doing enough. Nigeria can collaborate with these countries in strengthening its borders to see how the activities of these elements are curtailed, especially terrorist organizations like ISWAP, ISIS, and Boko Haram. This can be done through sharing or strengthening regional cooperation via intelligence sharing and joint operations. Nigeria can improve border security by training and retraining security personnel and as well equipping them with up-to-date military equipment.
A security expert, Ugochukwu Frank Obu, has urged the federal government to create policies and laws enabling the private sector to take charge of VIP protection in the country. Speaking to Today FM's Priye Zogo, Frank Obu emphasized that in Western societies, private security firms primarily handle VIP protection rather than police or other security agencies. He stressed the need for regulation of private security firms in this line of work, noting that it could create jobs for young people if strengthened.
There are individuals that are being called close protection officers. These close protection officers are being trained and designated for VIP protection alone. In countries like South Africa, go to the United Kingdom, go to America, they exist here and they function properly. Why? Because they've gotten all the support that they need from their government. I believe if our federal government should look into this, it will even be an avenue to create more job opportunities for the youth. Because if you look at the community with self-count in our society today, most of them are youth. And this will create another avenue of employment. The private security has been handling vehicle protection even here in Nigeria. A lot of people don't know about them, and I believe if the government will look to work, they should set up and give them everything they need and regulate it properly.
The experts' comments come after President Bola Tinubu's recent announcement that police officers attached to VIPs should be redeployed to fight insecurity. As more reactions continue to trail President Donald Trump's planned military invasion in Nigeria over the killing of Christians, a professor of philosophy of education, University of Port Harcourt, Professor Sunday Osad, said the move is a welcome idea. Speaking to Today FM, Magnus Nwawa on the development, Osad said since the coming is aimed at fighting insecurity and ending killings of Christians by faceless groups, it should be supported by any right-thinking Nigerian. The university don, who doubles as a minister of God, noted that such intervention will create peace and mutual understanding amongst Christians and Muslims.
They are very harsh. They are very provocative in their approaches. So we need to do something. So if at this point in time, Donald Trump, the president of America, is saying, I will come, and then make sure we make peace. Make sure we stop killings in this country. We stop kidnapping in the country. We stop banditry in the country. Stop Boko Haram dominance in this country. They are taking over some local government in the north. So this is the naked truth before all of us. So if somebody is coming to help us eradicate this danger among us, I think we should allow them come, and the government should give them free hand.
He, however, advised the federal government to make every necessary arrangement to receive Donald Trump and his team to Nigeria anytime they're ready, adding that the outcome will calm tension and promote national development.
We need to have a national positive outlook, and having a relationship between America and Nigeria will not be out of place. As far as we know, these people will not just come and kill us, and so we are creating a positive relationship by their coming. That is what I'm thinking, and we should support them. As a Christian, I'm a core Christian, a minister in the house of God, so I'm thinking that this will help us as Christians. All the intimidation from our Muslim brothers, it will stop.
On the foreign scene, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has asked Israel's president to grant him a pardon during his long-running corruption trial that's bitterly divided the country. Netanyahu claimed that an end to his 5-year trial on bribery and fraud charges would be in the public interest, arguing that his criminal proceedings were hindering his ability to govern. Netanyahu is the only sitting prime minister in Israel history to stand trial, facing 3 separate cases. He has denied all the bribery, fraud and breach of trust charges against him. The prime minister said that while it was in his personal interest to prove his innocence in court, it was in the interest of national unity to cut short the trial. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. Atiku Abubakar has slammed federal government over NNPCL's 17.5 trillion naira pipeline security spending. Suspected bandits have kidnapped 10 in Sokoto State. We told you that River State Police has arrested 2 suspected car thieves in their ongoing crackdown. The foreign scene, you also heard that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is seeking a presidential pardon amid long-running corruption trial. That was the news as edited by Priye Izogo. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I am Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Wake up to today's quest, where breakfast on the radio is full course. We start with some motivation to ignite the spark in you for a great day.
then a full interactive sports show on Sport Attack 6:30 a.m. Unbeatable and concise news reports on the world news at 7 a.m. and our newspaper review segment now 7:30 a.m. Oh yes, 7:30 a.m. The scoops and the commentaries from my esteemed panelists. Today's quest, 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Miss it, you miss out.
They say wahala need
Nah, this one wahala be like bicycle. Waiting they happen. Now for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, bomb quem. Now here you go here, waiting they happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you Ogbonga to them, where go shock you. You go wonder say a person do like this. Now so we they bring them can give you acid the hot. Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't run. You go stay blood in the chopper. You say this one. No worry. When time on reach, I'll say I want to take them. I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go put get for them. I me go be get man at that time for airport. Waiting they happen. Make you know Miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for waiting they happen. You go enjoy yourself. Not forget to say woman they chop our recharge card woto. I don't tell you now say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy waiting they happen. Waiting they happen. Make you know miss them at all.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Let's take you into a realm, another dimension, a reality of higher intelligence, discovery, and quantum possibilities. Tune in every Monday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on this station and be part of this journey as we address issues that relate to you and your tech life. It is Today's Tech Show on your premium talk, news and sports station. Today, 95.1 FM.
Baby shark, baby shark, baby shark.
Children are a beam of sunlight. On Kiddies Playground, smart is the new cool. We have interesting activities lined up for everyone, from storytelling to games to quizzes, where you get to win loads and loads of gifts. Do you have what it takes to compete and win exciting prizes? Then don't miss any episode of Kiddies Playground every Saturday at 7:30 a.m. only on Today 95.1 FM, where playtime comes to life.
It's been an exciting week. It's been an awesome week. And just in case you missed out on our big stories this week, we got you covered. Rewind comes up every Saturday, 6:30 a.m. And here you get your total rundown of all the big stories and trends for the week in River State. And this is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Rewind, 6:30 a.m. every Saturday. Don't miss it.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
This beat is the money.
And fisherman's kind of bungalow is full of old books, blankets, and boots. And then next door, this grand, almost palatial villa. But they're completely contrasting in terms of their energy consumption. And of course, you'd expect the bigger place to use more energy. But listen to this.
Okay, so this is our oil furnace that heats our 2-bedroom apartment, and it costs about $400 a month. It's a small apartment. And then next to it, our 3-story villa that costs $200 a month with our electric infrared sauna, our big giant whirlpool bathtub, showers, everything. Keep it warm. And it is warmer, too, and fresher air. It's very clean, nice air.
And that's all because they've tapped into the grid and don't have to rely on oil anymore.
So we've rebuilt it. And with that, we've ripped out the old oil gas furnace and that whole system and all the baseboard heating, ripped everything out. It was so disgusting. In many ways, I don't know if I should go into it. There were dead rodents. So we did a whole complete green system, and we have a heat pump for everything's electric. So that's near Island. You can see the bridge.
A heat pump is a device that transfers heat from one place to another using a small amount of energy. They need power, and that comes from Kodiak's microgrid.
So how does the heat pump work? I'm going to see if I can get my brother on the phone and he can tell you exactly. So can you answer a question? I'm with BBC, and we are just wondering about the heat pump. How does it work?
In the colder weather, it does grab some kind of warmth out of the air.
It saved at least $200 a month. My husband said too, it's like $400 for that apartment with the oil. Wow.
So it's
not
double
efficient.
for that small...
It's double for the small space.
So your bills, living in one of the coldest places on Earth in the winter, are not more than $200 a month.
Right.
I think I need to move to Kodiak.
This sophisticated system is powered via the microgrid. A microgrid is a local energy system that can power places like university campuses, hospitals, or neighborhoods. They can transmit power generated by any method, renewable or fossil fuel, and can run alongside either the main grid or independently in island mode.
There's a couple processors along the waterfront here. You know, it's not an even load spread out over 12 months.
It's run by Kodiak Electric, a non-profit cooperative.
We've heard over the years that we've kind of become the poster child for renewable energy.
Chief Exec Dan Mentz is proud of their achievements.
When you're in an isolated grid in a really remote location like we are, and to be able to maintain 99+% renewable energy, there's a lot of folks wanting to find out what we did, how did we get there, and how did it become successful.
Kodiak Electric isn't some kind of distant energy giant. It's actually owned by the very same people who rely on its power. That's users of the more than 6,000 electricity meters that are tapped into the microgrid. These are a mixture of homes and businesses. Back in the early 1980s, the community began weaning itself off diesel, switching first to hydropower. Then came the wind turbines. You know, that hydro, you're going to love this. It comes from the ominously named Terror Lake.
Terror Lake is a hydroelectric facility. The lake sits at about 1,420 feet. As long as there's water in that lake, you know, we have dispatchable power.
But here's the twist. Kodiak didn't embrace renewable energy to chase green incentives or meet net zero targets. They did it because it made commercial sense, just like people across the United States have done for decades.
I mean, you can have a microgrid on a military base or even a small community, but to make it a renewable microgrid, I'm not aware of anyone that's made that 99.9% plus achievement.